This is Glenn Kennedy of Project.nsearch.com. The person that you're going to hear about in this video is Ed Slade. He was an Area 51 scientist, a good friend of Stu Webb, and he really told everything he knew toward the end of his life, everything that he could tell. And he was killed for this information. I want you to be aware of that. And on part one of this video, you'll notice that Ed is a lot faster talking than he was in part two. And this is because he was being hit by massive microwave weapons. They were giving him strokes. In fact, in the autopsy when he was killed, Stu said that he had over 160 strokes to his brain. So it's a miracle that he lived long enough to give you this information. All I ask is that you support all those involved in this information, getting this information to you. And that is Chris Zucker over at freedomfightersforamerica.com. Support Chris, spread his information everywhere. Also Stu Webb, Super Patriot. Anybody that tells you he's a bad guy is working for the bad guys. So he's an outstanding individual and a good friend of mine, Stu Webb. You can go to his site at stewwebb.com. Spread that information everywhere. You'll be surprised if you put any of it on Facebook. You'll have some little shills come out immediately and attack you. And of course, I'd like you to go and share content on project.nsearch.com. But anyway, I'm going to let you get to it. But just spread this information everywhere, because this man died trying to get you the truth about Area 51 and how the aliens are the fallen angels. So it's time to get right with God, because you're either on two teams. You're either with God's team, the winning team, or if you're apathetic and you don't even believe in God, or even if you're fighting for the dark side, of course, you're on Satan's team. So it's time to get serious about your faith, because Ed Slade was absolutely serious, and he's a super patriot. So enjoy the video, spread them everywhere. Thank you.
Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to Freedom Fighters for America World Radio. And tonight coming up will be Ed Slade, scientist from Area 51, and Mr. Stu Webb, federal whistleblower. And welcome back to Freedom Fighters for America World Radio with Mr. Ed Slade and Stu Webb. Welcome, gentlemen.
Chris?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I just want to thank you once again for having us on this evening.
No, we appreciate you coming on to the show.
And Ed, you're with us, of course.
Thank you very much as well.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming on to the show tonight. And Stu, I'm going to let you start it off, okay?
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this? A lot of people know who I am, but federal whistleblower. My credentials on stewwebb.com speak for themselves under table of contents. We have the breaking news page for those that may be first-time listeners to the show. But take a look. We bring you the latest U.S. intelligence information. And so tonight we're going to be getting into, Chris, basically the background of your special guest, Ed Slade, who's a former scientist and been in the rocket that shot the Apollo spacecraft to the moon, worked Area 51 with the fallen, I refer to it as the fallen angels, that alien connection. And we're going to be discussing some things that I'm aware of, Chris, that Ed's still bound to some degree upon agreements with government where he was a scientist working there. So there's some things he can't, should we say, reveal, but there's things that I'm aware of through all the ones that I've met like him. There were very few scientists, but different ones that have worked there. So, Ed, why don't you give your background, and you're wanting to get into what we're going to discuss, which is a variety of issues relating to aliens.
Well, I'm very interested in discussing aliens, but because I have made certain promises to the United States government, I'm not allowed to reveal the innermost secrets, and I extend your welcoming to this program because I can at last explain the pickle that I am in, and also the pickle that the United States is currently involved in because of the opportunity to discuss secrets. Now, the first secret that overrides all of the secrets was that when I was 5 years old, I was secretly told the contents of the Zohar to a 5-year-old, which is against the law of the Zohar. The law of the Zohar says you must only tell the secrets to a 40-year-old son, and the father has to whisper the secret to the son to be committed to the secret. Now that was revoked by my uncle, who had no children, and he couldn't tell the secret to his son, so he picked his nephew, which is me. At the age of 5, I got a full understanding of the Zohar, and I was told when I was 5 years old to commit it to memory and never discuss it, which I did until I was 40 years old. Then I had the secret that I could discuss with other secret holders of the Zohar. Now that remained dormant in my literary and conventional life. When I was...
Ed, how old are you now?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
I'm 75.
And you've had a stroke. You were hit. So people understand that, you're speaking a little slow and stuff, that you were hit with a stroke. You want to tell them about that for a minute?
Yes, I was unaccountably hit by a stroke of a cerebral nature when I was 55, and I've been silent until now. But when I became 72, I was indoctrinated into the Zohar as a priest, and now I am 75, which makes me an advanced priest of the Zohar. Now, the Zohar said that any member of the Zohar has to keep all the secrets secret until the 7th millennium since the world began. That was in the year 2001. In that year, I can freely discuss the secrets of the Zohar to anyone who is interested. Now, I have been discussing the secrets to people who are interested, and unfortunately, nobody is interested. Now, I discussed it with the secrets to higher and higher officials of this and other governments. And I discussed it highly with the secret to the Secretary of Defense of the United States. Now, he is very tuned in to all the secrets, but he hadn't been tuned in to that secret. He was tuned in by me completely.
Now, that was your friend Casper Weinberger, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Cap Weinberg was indicted with Ollie North in Iran-Contra.
Yes, but he got the secrets after he was indicted.
And you know him, but he was involved in, like government is, in all kinds of illegal activities all the time.
Yes.
Ones have been involved, yes. Okay, go ahead.
I indoctrinated the secrets to MI6, which is the intelligence agents of the British government. And I've met the Queen, and she is aware of my presence. Now, all of these people have been told after 2001 that the secrets of Zohar are very important, and they understand what they are through my personal contacts. Now, having said all of that, I know our listeners are excited to what the secrets are, and
before you get too deep into the secrets here, and they are excited, some of the world contacts that you've made, you've met them all, working for Colt Industries, Area 51. You've done a couple previous shows here with Chris.
Yes.
You made a special weapon for President Johnson. You might reiterate on that others haven't listened to the other broadcasts that they could understand.
Well,
understand your background a little bit more. So
to
understand you were one of the top scientists we ever had. So
yes.
Those listening will, should we say, the edification of those listeners. Give them a good background here.
I created a machine that went to the first lunar excursion module and landed on the moon. So that was a very secret effort, and it gained a lot of reputation for me personally, but it was all secret and repressed to the world. But we landed on the moon, and that was exciting for me. It was my lifelong ambition to do that. But the real problem started with the secrets that flowed out after that accomplishment. And what I would like to say is the secrets of the chaos was caused by you can hear the chaos outside my house. The sirens are continually blasting in Las Vegas to arrest people and to cause chaos. But the chaos was created by the aliens, and the aliens are well understood from the Bible. In Genesis, in chapter 6, they say that the earth was invaded by aliens who made love to every woman they desired. It's their children who were hybrids that continued the alien agenda. And the alien agenda goes on to the present day. And I'd like Stu to bring this fast forward up to 7,000 years after the creation of man in the Bible. And in the Bible, it was all done in code. And the Hebrew code was Bereshis Bara Elohim Eis Hashemayim V'Yeis Oretz. And that is the first sentence of the Bible in Hebrew. It is complete code, and I've studied the code and found that the entire Bible is a continuation of the code, and it's been published. And I've published only one book in my life, which is the explanation of that code. But Stu, you understand the results and the origin. And I'm here to make comments on the connection between the ancient history, which is well documented, and the modern chaos which we experienced in the United States of America at this time. So, Stu, I know I've studied your attack, and I well represented. And
thank you.
You know the secrets.
I know a lot of the secrets, yes. And as they put it, once you know too much, George Bush says, that's Daddy Bush, George Herbert Walker, when I refer to George. The other one's whatever it is, the George W. But the library card expires once you get to know too much about these fallen angels, aliens. Chris, you still there and with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Chris, here's how I think we can handle this, and because Ed, we've talked about this so many times. You and we've had our discussions, and you're aware that I know too damn much, should we say, about all this, because I was married into that crime syndicate that Leonard Millman, my ex-in-law that I never even really knew, was possessed by a fallen angel. I'm convinced of that because he was an Illuminati banker. These 100 Illuminati bankers are the fallen angels. They possess man. They can inhabit a human. Isn't that true?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, you work Area 51. That's where the base is. I mean, for the edification of the listeners, let's take history. We got. If anybody really looks at Area 51, you'll see it falls under naval land. Now, why would the Navy want to be inland so far and deep, and why does it go back to the 1800s and the ownership of that particular land out there? It's because of the center of the earth and other things, and Ed, you could probably touch on some of those reasons why. But you can go on the Internet and find the history of Area 51, naval intelligence, okay? Now,
well, we know all that history, and it's all been deceived. All of the published history has been deceived. So if you could look up on the Internet Area 51, you get a complete deception of what the origin was. But I have researched the true deception of what the origin was, and I'd be willing to comment on it as you go along.
Okay. The government refers to it as skunk works. I'm familiar with some things that go on out there that I won't comment on. And because of our national security, I will not comment because of national security reasons. I believe in national security. I believe in keeping the enemy out. So that's homeland agents out there listening and the federal agents. Now,
so do I.
Okay.
I believe in keeping the country pure
and safe. But the problem is our country is in the hands of the wrong people right now. And
yes.
Those people are influenced by these aliens. What they refer to the aliens. Now, let's go into history. We got 1900s. We got a scientist named that you were familiar with named Nikola Tesla. He comes across from Knights Templar bankers, the Illuminati bankers, 100 men on the planet that control 90+% of the wealth of the world. They call them the 2%ers. Okay? In the United States, let's define it and break it down. In the United States, they refer to the Illuminati bankers as the Americans, the Europeans, and then the Oriental Templars. Templars go way back toward time of Christ and guarding Christ's grave and other things, and it was a religious sect that they hijacked like they've done the Catholic Church. At the top archy, which is Illuminati banker, the current Pope, the head of the Jewish synagogues worldwide, Anzar Ben Shari, is another one, an Illuminati banker. These are possessed men that are possessed by, and I've come to that determination from everybody that I know, including Ed here and others, that over the years we've had talks from time to time that I've gained knowledge and wisdom, should we say. The only thing you gain in life. Materialism gain, that's nothing compared to knowledge and wisdom. But these Illuminati bankers are control. This alien agreement that goes way back. It goes back, and Tesla, that you were aware of and knew. The Illuminati bankers gave them supposedly drawings from Solomon's temple, and that they found in a chamber. Whether it's true or not, I've never been able to confirm that, but I have had many people say that's where they came from.
My father knew Nikola Tesla personally, and I have a great much information of his life, and it fulfills everything that's written. But there's a trick, there's a deception in every discussion that's written.
What is that?
He was killed. He was killed by the aliens, and the history was he was struck by a taxi cab on 34th Street in Manhattan, in front of Macy's department store, and Nikola Tesla, who was known to my family, was denied an ambulance and was carried to his room at the Hotel New Yorker on the same block with Macy's. And he went to his room, and he had all his secret papers in his room. And he was visited by the communist representatives of the United States, and then he died within 3 days, and his papers were not found. Now the mystery is what happened to his papers, but I know what happened to his papers because I've been access to the government secrets all along, and I never revealed what they are, but I know what they are, and revealing them right now is dangerous because I have previously made oaths not to reveal them.
I understand. Okay, so this is a good part of history, but Nikola Tesla, for the listeners and the edification listeners here, developed, found out by doing two wooden wheels, should we say, on a spool with magnets on it and create a magnetic field. It was able to not only develop free energy, but was able to develop flying saucers and was able to not develop them, but should we say make the component that makes them anti-gravity, and also space-time, open up black holes in the universe right in front of you by cranking up the kilowatts on this machine. Isn't that pretty much correct? And as a result, the Philadelphia experiment, which anybody can get the video at Blockbuster, different ones, show where the government did the experiment on the battleships over there and made them disappear. And Al Bielek, you know him. He's walking around the face of the planet still. You can find him on the Internet. He was one of the ones in 1947 or 48 transferred in space-time into the future of 1984. Isn't that correct, Ed?
Yes, you summarized it very accurately, and you left out the deception.
Go ahead. What's the deception?
That's the problem I have, because
okay.
I'm aware.
Okay, you're aware of things. Okay, let's walk further. You're in agreement with those things. You're aware of those for the public.
100%.
Okay. They also made an agreement with Eisenhower in 1954 because of the Roswell incident. This was the first Roswell and the crash, the alien saucer being the first one that made contact with humans again since way back, because we got the pyramids in Egypt that have saucer drawings on them, and, you know, we have these pyramids and different stuff where the aliens have been around before. Even like, you know, Barry Shamish, you were speaking of Genesis 6, the mating of the fallen angels with humans. And, okay, Barry Shamish is, you know, people have written about many books on the giants, you know, being the Nephilim bloodline, which is fallen angel bloodline, the aliens. Okay. Okay, Barry Shamish, an Israeli reporter who first broke the story, which we just put up again, reiterated Netanyahu killed Rabin, okay, the head of Israel. And Barry Shamish
I know all the details of every one of those episodes because I've had intelligence from the source of every one of those intelligences.
I'm aware of things. Okay, we won't get too deep because of certain people that will be listening, but we got Shamish had written a book of the Return of the Giants recently. This was a few years back, putting back on the map as a journalist and author. It's a good book. It shows the aliens once again mating with the humans, creating the giants again. Now we have a lot of stuff that people don't understand. I'm trying to reveal in this one show tonight. You know, we have Admiral Byrd. It connects with the aliens, folks. We have Area 51, which is a hole to the face of the Earth. We have the Argyle Tunnel directly behind Denver, Colorado, to the west underneath Idaho Springs, called the Colorado Chain of Mines. Starts at Central City and goes clear down, and they've connected tunnels all over the place, including the Jesse Ventura exposed, once again, that I exposed, the original Denver airport and the secret underground. And I got a videotape I'm going to try to get up on my internet site, put it in a MP3 format people can see. I used to sell them. I don't want to sell them. I don't want to reproduce. I don't want any of that. That's the reason they're not for sale any longer, but I tried to get it up, that he put out on his program. But these tunnels all go through the center of the Earth. Now, Admiral Byrd, for history, once again, go back, get Admiral Byrd's book, The Hollow Earth, World War II. There are some copies floating around out there. And where he's chasing the Nazis out of World War II, you know, that developed the saucers from the Tesla technology the scientists did, where the Illuminati bankers got in so much trouble with Tesla and his work in the United States, they moved it over to Nazi Germany. Okay. The Hollow Earth, Admiral Byrd chased with a whole fleet of ships into a big hole that was 600 miles across. There's a story also showing the Hollow Earth on the north side that appeared, my name appeared, and some others' names appeared in the Weekly World edition that they did on the series of the Hollow Earth back in 2001. And I think they came out in summer 2001. Now,
when I was 5 years old, I saw a news movie that showed green grass in the North Pole discovered by Admiral Byrd. A movie. When I was 5 years old. At the same time, my uncle told me the secrets of the Zohar, and they were so incredible that I couldn't connect verbally the secrets, and I was told by my uncle, keep it secret until you're told to discuss it. And that was 2001, which I've done.
Okay, but the Hollow Earth, there's a satellite picture that the reporter got his hands on to, should we say, and he's now dead, but that was Cliff Leindecker. And he was one of the ones Bush attacked down there in 2001 with the anthrax on American media because of the story of Tim McVeigh going out the back door. I gave him, and also because of the Hollow Earth series of stories. They decided to get rid of them. They had touched on a few other subjects, too. So that was an attack, a terrorist attack by the Bush crime syndicate, should we say, on a journalist for exposing the truth. look up Weekly World News or series of stories in the summer, June, July, August of 2001. You'll find what we're talking about Powell Earth and Atlantis, the missing continent, and things of this nature.
The comment,
go ahead.
The comment that every word you say, I've explored in detail, and I've explored it with the intelligence of the governments, and I've explored it with the intelligence of the Zohar, and they connect. There's a complete understanding of all of these stories. There's two versions. There's two explanations and interpretation of each version. And one version is controlled by the body, and the second version is controlled by the soul. And they are separated in the Zohar. So to understand both versions, you have to understand the Zohar, and you have to believe in the Zohar. And the Zohar is a key connection to explain the reality and the imagination between the two variations. And
okay. Now you're not so people understand. Your nationality is Israeli, Jewish upbringing and background, but you're
incorrect. My nationality is officially I'm a national of the United States of America because I was born in the United States of America.
Okay.
My parents were born in the United States of America. My parents are both United States citizens. My grandfather was born in Russia. And when the wars in Russia became violent to Jews, he escaped from Russia and landed to the land of the free, which is America.
Okay, but you're also a Messianic Jew. In other words, you believe in Jesus Christ. Isn't that true?
That's 100% true, because I've taken 75 years of research to make that conclusion.
Okay, now you know that, and you are born again, and God watches over you. Now, Ed, the reason I brought that up is because we got to combine. Chris gets a lot of traffic to his program, and we're dealing with today, and what we're discussing is fallen angels, which is the alien connection, and the secret agreement that they made, our government made from 1954 to 2012, that they would allow this base, Area 51, and other bases to be put on our United States soil, like other governments made. Russia made it, Israel made it, Jordan made it, Britain made it because of the Australian base, etc.
Iran made it.
And Iran made it. Okay, now these are the holes on the face of the planet, basically. These are the accesses, the caverns, just like I spoke about earlier, behind Denver, Colorado, Area 51, down in Australia. These have been bases that the aliens, the fallen angels, and I asked you, Ed, once, if you remember, the friends of ours, without speaking their names, they're probably listening tonight. I asked you once, I said, if you knew that they were fallen angels, would you have worked for them? And you told me no, because you didn't know. But Skunks works out there. They've got them hidden out there. And folks, for those of you that want to know, take a map of Area 51 and look for Papoose Lake. It doesn't exist on the maps. Isn't that correct, Ed?
Correct up to now, but there's a deception in your dialogue.
And what is the deception?
The deception is that Area 51 is a cover for all the alien technology the alien technology is stored underground right next door to Area S4.
Yes, I know. Papoose S4, which is Groom Lake on the north side. Papoose is on the south, about 20 or 30, 40 miles, or whatever it is. I've seen it on a dying
S4
map.
is never mentioned in the press. Area 51 is always mentioned in the press, so all discovery is focused at Area 51, and there's nothing to discover because there's nothing there.
Right. Now, S4, Area 51, which is the flight on the north side, right behind where they made the movie. My friend, I'm trying to remember his first name and last name, but they had the little alien restaurant in the movie they came out with in the mid-'90s called July the 4th, Independence Day. Do you remember that movie yet?
Yes.
Okay, the people that had it up there, I think their names were Ralph and something Mary, I believe it was, that had the alien. They actually, on the extraterrestrial highway after the movie, they renamed it, and they put a monument outside showing that they had made the movie there. But people ought to go see that movie, and the reason I say that is there's a lot of subliminals in that movie of what we're talking about tonight. But what you were speaking of, directly to the south of their building, should we say, in their hotel there, is the S4, which is where John Lear, our famous pilot, my personal friend that lives in Vegas, the one that made Art Bell famous by putting him on the map, by exposing, and Bob Lazar, his good buddy, that has BobLazar.com. Folks, you need to take a look at his website. It's probably one of the most powerful. He was an Area 51 employee as well, exposing the alien connection, which is the fallen angels. Now, we go back to what the Bible says. God cast out, had a war in heaven, and what was the war over? God, in my belief, it was us. God said he was going to make humans, and they were to be in charge of the angels. And there was a problem. And Lucifer, one of the top hierarchy angels, turned against God. Okay, we had that problem. They were cast where? To the planet. All you Christians out there and others that know the Bible would probably be in agreement. But that's part of the problem in that they don't understand the enemy. And the enemy is in control of today. We move fast forward of all this stuff and all the past and the history. They're the Illuminati bankers in control of 90% of the wealth of the world that they have stolen from the people and from the governments of the world. And they go in and bribe congressmen and senators to pass bills. They blackmail public officials like Obama with his homosexual voodoo drug affair with Larry Sinclair. They bribe people like John McCain with money by giving him businesses in his wife's name where he can hide trust money and so forth. This is typical politicianship. Or they get them on blackmail with they do the voodoo drug and they take them out, take them to a whorehouse kids where they got kids running around naked and Bush is doing them and Cheney and everybody else and they get into the party. Isn't that about right?
That's 100% right. But the secret that underlies it all is in the Zohar. The secret is that God created the aliens on purpose. He created the aliens on purpose on the second day of creation. On the first day, he created the universe. On the second day, he created the aliens. And
out. We got the aliens being the fallen angels on the planet.
And nobody knows that the aliens were created on the second day. And you have to read the Zohar to understand the Bible, because the Zohar predates the Bible. The Zohar was written in the year 1, and the Bible was written about 1600.
Okay, and you made a very good point about this. Let's move them forward. We want to educate them to get the Zohar, Library of Congress. You have the numbers. Do you want to put it out right now? Can you put it out?
Yes.
Go ahead and put it out where people can obtain this off the Internet and from the Library of Congress so they can get educated in this area as we move forward, explaining the power keg, the worldwide thieves that have the economies of the world stranglehold, this evil that we're up against. It comes versus good versus evil, and how we're going to have to stop it as humans. Because, folks, keep listening to this program. We're going to talk about their current game of moving the jet stream 500 miles south with this alien HARP technology and some new stuff that they have. Give out
the first edition of the Zohar has an ISBN number, the Library of Congress, of 1-57189-071-8. That is the first edition which was permitted by the Kabbalists to publish the secrets of the Zohar, which the secrets have been kept secret for 6,000 years, and that's responsible for all the Jewish persecution. Now, the origin of the secrets are explained in the Zohar. That the Zohar was created by Adam, and in the beginning, the Bible begins in the first sentence, Bereshit bara Elohim es haShamayim v'yes ha'oretz. Now there's translation into English. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God created the universe. But there's one word that is not translated in the first Hebrew sentence of the Bible. That is the word 8, and it's a small 2-letter word, which is Alpha and
Omega.
T in the Hebrew. And it means, it's not translated in any language anywhere, but it means to a student and a scholar, A is the first Hebrew letter, and T is the last Hebrew letter. So A-T is 8, and that is a secret code which means the first letter is the beginning and the last letter is the end of the world. So Alpha Tau is the existence of all humanity. It's the understanding of the beginning of translation of the code which goes throughout the Bible. Now the Bible can be summarized the following way. If you take the Zohar, which is 22 volumes, and you open up all the pages, and you take one page at a time, you take a volume of the Zohar, and you create the Bible by taking the whole volume of the Zohar and making one page of the Bible. So the Zohar is a summary of one individual page of the Bible. So if you know the Bible well, and there are many scholars that know the English Bible well, the real discretion of that page is located in the Zohar. The Zohar is 22 volumes. It took me 75 years to read both volumes and understand it, where I finally understand it, and I get revelations every day. And I told you while we were discussing it before the show that I have a new revelation, and you said, well, don't discuss the newest one because we're still discussing the first one, and I can't get the first one across because I have joined the Baptist ministry because they prioritize baptism, which is very important. Baptism is a rite that's mentioned constantly in the Bible, and it's mentioned in the Zohar very mysteriously, and the mysteriously can be discovered by scholarship. And I'm here to try and explain scholarship to people who are interested. The people who are interested and become interested are not.
We're down to the wire, Ed.
We're down to the wire.
We are down to the wire. In your opinion, my opinion, and others. I mean, Jesse Ventura's put out the thing about 2012 History Channel.
2012. You got to ring all the bells. You got to ring the bells right now because that is the end of the world as we know it. And that is what we're trying to talk about. And nobody understands it because Satan is here influencing our opinion. And he says, no, it isn't. It can't be 2012 because we were here yesterday and we will be here tomorrow. And they can keep saying that until December 21st, 2012. And I have that on interpretation from the Zohar.
Okay, now, Ed, you're aware of it. Other people have become aware of it. Jesse Ventura's pushed it. Chris has talked about it, I think, a couple times. But are you there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Now, what we have is we know that we have a problem. We have all this alien connection, which is the fallen angels. You and I understand that. The average person does not understand that. Even people within the government doesn't have any idea. We have this 1954 to 2012 agreement with these so-called aliens, where they give us technology. We do things for them. We give them bases on our continent, on the U.S., and in exchange, we provide them with scientists such as you and so forth, because you were one of the scientists that built the flying saucers. You were one of the 7 of you, correct, as I recall, and all 6 are dead, and you were given a speech after your other colleagues died all in that, 9-month period, and then you gave a speech with Bo Greitz, and they shot you with an energy weapon and put you in a coma. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, so you built those saucers. You've met with and dealt with reptilian-looking type of, should we say, creatures.
If I admit that on the broadcast tonight, I could be rounded up by the National Security Agency and put in a secret jail and never be emerged.
Okay, we'll leave that one alone then. But you are familiar with all this stuff, so we've come to a point to where I'll ask you the straight-up questions for those Christians that have this Christian belief and faith that we have a tribulation coming in the book of Revelations and Daniel and other books of the Bible throughout the New Testament as well as the Old Testament could be fulfilled in a short period of time. They're saying 3.5, scholars say 3.5 to 7 years, correct?
Very important, yes.
Okay, so we're probably down to the wire with what I am breaking, I'll talk about now. You're familiar with all the technology. You're familiar with HAARP, being able to take the ionosphere and the magnetic field around the planet and HAARP. It's all over the internet, folks. HAARP, I believe it is spelling on it. And on the Atlantic Richfield Oil Company's land up there. They have set up this electromagnetic to tap into the electromagnetic field of the planet, correct, Ed?
Everything is true that you say.
Okay, now this weapon, I'm aware of and have been aware of for a period of time of different things that they've done with it. And their most recent, which is this is groundbreaking news, folks. This is top secret crap coming out of Stu Webb again. I guarantee you I'll take a hit over it. But here it goes. They just moved the jet stream 500 to 600 miles south of its normal position. They've done it the past week and a half. And it was all done with HAARP and new alien technology out of Area 51 from the aliens. That means we're going to have a blistering summer in Kansas City, Missouri of possibly 120 degrees, maybe hotter. We might have snow in Kansas City. Nobody knows yet what's going to happen. But they also can take technology and it can suck up right out of the ocean and they can dump directly on Chris's house, where you're at, Chris, and I won't say, but they can dump on your house 20 inches of rain per hour if they desire and pinpoint your block. This is what the latest technology is that they come out with, folks. Now,
no man knows, but the alien knows. The alien knows.
But the alien
knows what they're going to do, and they know exactly what they're going to do, because the head of all the aliens is Satan, and that is revealed in the Zohar. And Satan was created by God, and Satan was created on the second day. So God created the universe, but it wasn't day one that the universe was created. In the beginning, God created the creation, which was Ha-Adam in Hebrew, which is the man. Adam is Adam, is the man. And the translation in English was he created Adam, which was a single man, but he created Adam, Ha-Adam. He created the 6 races, which were brown, yellow, black, tan, and he created all of the 6 races before he created Adam. The 6 races were created, and the 7th race was created after he blessed the world and blessed the 6 races.
Okay, now, Ed, we know about the agreement with the United States of 1954 to 2012. And the agreement was basically, it's a top secret agreement with these fallen angels, aliens, the evil ones, which is they would give us invisibility. And that's what they worked on from in what was called the Philadelphia experiment, where they were trying to make those vessels, those warships, go into space-time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that was the technology, but along the way, computers are generated from this technology, this alien connection, Area 51 connection, etc. They've given man, the cure for many diseases and various things. We know that. You know it. I know it. I know it from others, not out of your mouth, but others, and things of this nature. Would you say that's pretty much true?
I know it because the Philadelphia experiment was impacted by Colt Firearms. When I was employed at Colt Firearms, I went out to area I went out to testing of you see, it's hard to explain because
You got the secrecy agreement, right?
Yes.
But you were involved. Okay.
I was involved in every mention, in every discussion you brought up. I was personally involved in the activities and kept secret while I was being involved.
Okay, just like President, another little deal you did. It was right after Johnson became president, after John F. Kennedy, our great president, was murdered by George Herbert Walker Bush and his Illuminati thugs, which are stories up on my internet, folks. Go under table of contents, StuWeb.com. The third column over, look for alphabetical order, go to the bottom, read the stories by Tom Flacco. There's some evidence, pictures, Bush standing in front of the depository store. But to define, I'm gonna try to define the current time frame where people understand that. We've got all this history we could talk about, and we don't have the time to do it. We don't have the time to educate them. We've insinuated things, said things tonight that people can go on the internet and look up from themselves various items. A lot of information, folks, also was on blackvault.com. Young guy in his mid-20s. His father was a former FBI agent, worked a lot of stuff. The kid got involved in exposing a lot of under Freedom of Information stuff that you can find regarding what we're talking about tonight. BobLazar.com shows bases on the moon and on Mars both. Okay? Now,
yes.
Okay. We've moved to a time frame to where we have what's called biblical prophecies being fulfilled. But they're man-made biblical prophecies, meaning the evil ones that are in control of the governments, these 100 families, these Illuminati bankers, which I was married to one of them, Leonard Millman's daughter, okay? Now it's Larry Mizell that took over, folks, and that's your bank bailout scandal, trillions of dollars worldwide they stole, most current, nobody to prosecute. But these Illuminati bankers that control this 2%, in my personal belief, and based on all the people in the intelligence world, including a scientist here on the radio that has already made the agreement, but they're fallen angels occupying human beings. Now, we've come to a point to where that they can move the jet stream, and if everybody remembers when they popped a rocket at the moon a while back, that had happened 6 weeks before. And it wasn't over to find out if there was water, H2O, on the moon. It was to move the moon out of orbit so we could go into global cooling. So we're having man-made prophecies being fulfilled that you can look at in the book of Revelations. If anybody's looked at the moon lately and really examined it, the shadow off of the earth, Chris, you were the one that brought it to my attention. What was it when you saw it? Chris, are you there? Chris? Are we even on the air, or have we been cut off?
Sure, we've been cut off. We've been hacked because we're telling the truth.
Chris, are you still there? Are you broadcasting or what? Are you still around? I think we've been cut off here. But the egg shape of the moon, in case we haven't, and there's anybody still listening,
on the air, gentlemen.
Are you there? Okay.
Still on the
air. Chris, you had indicated to me you saw the moon. It was egg-shaped, right?
Absolutely. It definitely, It's taking on a different hue and a different shape now ever since the moon was targeted with that missile. Absolutely. Gentlemen, we're going to have to go to a short break, okay? And
okay. How much time do we have remaining, Chris, on the show?
Oh, at least you can go another half hour if you wish tonight.
Okay, so I think we could go another 15 or 20 minutes, half an hour, yes. I think it should be revealed, because this may be my last show, and it might be his after that helicopter incident they did in Hastings, Nebraska, trying to kill me.
Well,
Let's go ahead and go to your break, Chris. Let's come back.
Extend the show, and we'll let people take a short break, too, because this is a very in-depth show. So, Again, this is Freedom Fighters for America World Radio, www.freedomfightersforamerica.com, and we're having an interview tonight with Ed Slade and Stu Webb. We'll return momentarily, 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Back to Ed Slade and Stu Webb.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for the time that you've given us this evening on this. It's
My
really
pleasure, gentlemen.
appreciated.
My pleasure. It's always good to have you back on the show, Stu. You know that, and it's a pleasure to have Ed Slade on the show with us again tonight.
Thank you as well.
And a couple other things I want to reveal tonight too is the fact that the parallel and the time frames of what the Bible throughout the New and Old Testament talks about end times. Christ talked about. I mean, it seems that we have moved into that time. I have people within high levels of positions of government. Ed knows that are, deal with me a lot, provide me. I spend a lot on phone cards, talking to people. Another thing that is being revealed tonight that's super top secret that the United States government does not want you to know, and the governments of the world. We have a star coming at us, a meteor. It's supposedly going to hit the planet, direct impact, sometime between the end of the year and about the first part of February. They know it's going to hit in possibly December, I'll repeat it, December to February of this coming year. Direct impact. They said they can't shoot it with a rocket and just try to destroy it, and they break up in too many pieces. So they're going to try to put a rocket on it, like that movie one time of something about a meteor hitting the Earth. They're going to try to put a rocket up there and move it out of orbit. I don't think it's going to be moved. I believe it's part of the judgments coming down of God. Part of these end-time prophecies is the preachers in this country, the pastors in this country, and then we have the pulpit goons that lie to the people that really aren't full of the Holy Spirit and don't understand things, but are there for a paycheck. Those that preach the end-time prophecies are going to see things come to reality very shortly. Now, if we got a star going to hit the planet, in the book of Revelations it kills a third of mankind, but we have 2 of them hit us. So figure out, folks, what's going to happen by the end of the year. We're getting down to a timeline when these aliens, fallen angels, move the friggin' moon with a rocket to put it out of orbit to go into global cooling. That's evil. That has destroyed our planet. Then they're able to move your jet stream in this past week and a half and able to pull up mass amounts of water, say, dump on Iran to neutralize them. They can't grow anything. They get rain all the time. They can change the planet, and they have. In this technology is in the wrong hands, and it's in evil hands, and it's being used for evil purposes. And we come to a point that you don't have much time. Nobody does on this planet. If these prophecies of 2012 were fulfilled, which obviously something's going on for a meteor that's talked about in Revelations getting ready to smack us by the end of the year, and they've gone to this super top secret stuff of moving the jet stream. Go look at the weather map on the Weather Channel, etc., and they're able to move the jet stream by 500 miles, position any place. And we got an Earth that's tilting. If you look at the moon, when it comes up full, one night it'll be to the southeast, one night it'll be to the east, and another night it'll be to the northeast. 3 nights in a row, you see in a different position. 8 to 10 years ago, you didn't see that. It's because the Earth is wobbling at a 45-degree angle. And our axis were off on the magnetic fields because of the aliens are destroying the planet. Man-made biblical prophecies being fulfilled. Now, who are these men?
One interruption. All of these prophecies, there were 900 prophecies in the Old and 600 have been fulfilled. The last 600 prophecies will be fulfilled between now and the end of the world as we know it. And Stu,
which could be possibly in 2012 time frame, couldn't it, Ed? Or sometime soon.
Yes, that's what I was trying to discuss with you before the show. And you said not to mention that because we haven't laid the groundwork for people to agree with us up to now.
Groundwork, Slade, go ahead.
The groundwork is concerning the 300 prophecies which have been fulfilled and which are agreed. And that is the validation of God's work in the Bible. But just mentioning the 600 that have not been fulfilled, they're all at the end, and they're being fulfilled as we speak. And I want to tell you that the translation of the Zohar in Russian is Chernobyl. And you know what Chernobyl is? It's the nuclear disaster in Russia, which was denied for a long time, for many years, until they agreed that it was a disaster. Because it's so close to the end times, they might as well tell the world to be scared.
Now, if we were to define, you're aware of things going on in the markets worldwide and other events taking place. Since we're on the biblical angle of things, because it does interrelate to the fallen angels, which is the aliens of which you worked with, etc. We know we're down, you and I and others know we're down to a certain time frame. And we're also aware that the Christians will be persecuted. The patriots will be persecuted, which are being now, just like me. The game is over with. Stu Webb's knowledge card at the library expired, George Bush, Herbert Walker Bush said. So therefore, they tried to do me with a death ray, but I survived it only because of my faith in God, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I survived it from the December the 9th attack. And then my ally, our ally, the United States of America's ally, when they sent in a Chinook helicopter full of 4 Israelis shooting me with laser beams back on February the 28th, was shot out of the air by a military jet, a French Mirage going over Nebraska to refuel at Omaha, and it shot it out of the air.
All of these
We've gone to another level in this whole situation. We have good people that are trying to keep the world intact, good people who want to see this evil stopped. They continually expose them. They continually try to help with Tom Hennigan and I and others in our exposure consistently on the Internet and constantly and trying to prosecute these people, but yet the Justice Department, the governments are controlled, and nothing's being done.
Yes.
So what we have coming before us chaos. The world is ready to go to chaos.
Chaos is generated by the fallen angels. The fallen angels are the aliens, and they can create chaos. Now, when you look at the creation of the world, God creates the world in the first sentence of the Bible, the English Bible. He leaves out the translation of one word. That one word is the beginning and the end. The Alpha and the Tau is the last letter of the Hebrew Bible, and A Alpha is the first letter of the English word, which is in the English translation of the Bible. Now, that discrepancy leads to the whole code which goes throughout the Bible. Now, I have to give you an example just to talk about reality of our point of view. I often ask the people who are members of the Baptist Church who believe in baptism and who I believe in baptism, and I say, if God is so powerful, why did he only save the family of Noah? And it only refers to the destruction of the world in Noah's time. And the interpretation is that that's when the world was destroyed. But the complete code interpretation of the Bible shows that Noah's family was rescued supernaturally on an ark, and they survived. But I've researched all the codes and all the events, and the question I have to ask the members of the Christian church is, why did God save Noah, and why did he not save Noah's father? And the only answer I get from the church is, oh, that's in the Bible. You just have to read the Bible. And I say, okay, who was Noah's father? And they say, oh, I don't remember. You don't remember? Well, you don't remember because it's not in the English Bible. But it's in the Zohar. The Zohar in Volume 4 discusses what happened to Noah's father. But it's a book. It's as big as the Bible. And it gives all the background and all the events of Noah's father.
Okay.
Now, it turns out that Noah's father was Lamech, and Lamech was blind. And Lamech was sitting in his garden at night, and he couldn't see anything. And along came a stranger who was just walking in his garden. And he thought the stranger was going to attack him. So he picked up a shovel that was standing nearby, and he was blind. He couldn't see who it was. And God had already sent Satan to walk upon the earth and have no connection with anybody, and he couldn't speak to each other. And Lamech took the shovel and hit Satan over the head, and he had a mark on his forehead. And if anyone saw the mark, they would not speak to him. That was a prophecy in the Bible that was put on Satan. And when Satan walked in the garden of Lamech, 7 generations later, from Adam, Lamech killed Satan with a shovel and killed him. That's why Lamech was not on the ark, because Lamech killed a man in violation of God's order, commandment not to kill. And he didn't kill. So the interpretation is, now we understand that Lamech didn't make it. Noah made it, but Lamech didn't make it. But it goes on, it's a volume, and it's a volume that Noah took the Zohar, original Zohar, which was carved in stone by Ha-Adam, and it was put as the ballast to the ark, and the ark was taken 100 years to build, and God created the ark through Noah and his family.
Okay.
Now, all of that has to be discussed in the Zohar. Nobody reads the Zohar. It was only published in the numbers I gave, and I will give them again if anybody wants to read it.
Give them again, Ed. Go ahead and give them again. We're trying to
Please get a pencil if you're listening, because the ISBN of the Zohar is 1-571-8-9-071-8.
Now, Ed, let's take it past that. Okay, there's a reference in a book. There's missing books of the Bible. There's several of them that have come about in the past 10 years. I'm trying to think. For some reason, I got a blockage right this minute, but it's and they're mentioned in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And I'm trying to think of they've come out. There's two books that you, me, and our friends have looked at, and very interesting. But there are missing books of the Bible. In the Catholic version, they have a few of those missing books of the Bible.
So I have them all because I have a library of the Bible and all the missing books.
Okay.
And I study all of them.
But the different ones explain things that the average Christian doesn't get from his pulpagoon or pastor or preacher. Okay, and I call them pulpagoons when they don't have the Holy Spirit, and I say that, folks, because there are many of them, and you could tell during the 2000 election, oh, George Bush is a Christian, George Bush is a Christian. This guy's evil. He comes from an evil family. Now, Ed, I want to define so the people understand. I've been told that George Herbert Walker Bush is a fallen angel. I've been told that Henry Kissinger, the Knights Templar Illuminati bankers of the world, the American Templars, that Henry Kissinger is a fallen angel. That Linda Coleman, my ex-in-law, was occupied by a fallen angel. They're really human, and then they get occupied because they become so evil from killing kids, molesting children consistently, doing human sacrifices of infants and drinking their blood to Satan and the whole bit. Isn't that true?
That's more than true. It's reality. And the Bible says this life that we enjoy is not reality. It's an imagination. That's what the Zohar says. All of our understanding as we sit here and talk on the radio is an imagination of us. And nobody can be a prophet, because if he prophesies incorrectly, he's no longer a prophet. So I'm saying to you that I cannot be a prophet because I'm imperfect. And I'm imperfect because I'm a descendant from Adam, which was created by God, but which was infiltrated by Satan. Satan has infiltrated the Bible and is responsible for the lost books, and has infiltrated all politics, and Satan has influenced all of our understanding. And the problem is that God has said that humans are created to have free will, and they are higher than the angels. And the God who created the universe and created the 6 races of people, created them to have higher than the prophecy ability of Satan, because Satan was created on the 2nd day of the world, so he has prophecy ability less than God. Satan,
okay, so man rules over these fallen angels, and man rules over...
not man, but the chosen man, which was Ha-Adam, which was not created in the 6 days of creation. Ha-Adam was chosen to be the Creator's best choice. Ha-Adam was Adam with the prefix Ha-Adam, which means the man in English, and it's not translated correctly. The man, Ha-Adam, repented for 70 days when he was kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and the Garden of Eden was occupied by Ha-Adam, by Adam and Eve, and Satan. Satan was created on the 2nd day of creation. Ha-Adam was created on the 1st day of creation, which is the 8th day of the Bible. If you read the Bible, after God created, in the English Bible, God created heaven and earth, and he created all of the men, and the code that was broken by me. Listen carefully. Every day was called good. So look at the Bible and look at the first sentence. The first sentence and the creation of the world. Ha-Adam was created on the 2nd day. That's the only day that God created things.
Okay, now,
yes.
I think you made your point on this. Now,
no, I didn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The 2nd day of creation in the English Bible, in the King James Version, does not use the word "it was good." It was good. It does not use the word good. The 6th day was good because that's when men were created. The 1st day was good. That's when the universe was created. The 3rd day was good. The 4th day was good. The 5th day was good. The 6th day was double good because that's when he created men. He used the word good twice. That's a code. The 2nd day was not good. I've explained this to members of the church, and they don't want to follow up the next part of the story. And
yeah, you're aware of things. You're aware of things because God's revealed things to you, especially since you've worked. Now, a lot of people listen to this program. You know, whatever their religion may be is their choice. That's part of being an American. That's part of being a human being on the planet.
That was a patriot's choice. A patriot was Benjamin Franklin. He was a true patriot because he understood the Bible very well, and he did not mention the Bible, and he allowed all people to believe what they wanted to believe, and he made the greatest country in the world. That's why the United States has open doors for everybody.
Okay, so the point is we're going to respect that with everybody listening to the show. We're going to put it on the basis that, okay, you're a born-again Christian and so am I, and we both believe in Christ, and if it wasn't for, my Lord and Savior, Jesus, I'd be dead. I mean, they've had 20, 30 attempts on me. It's getting off the charts now. Okay, I'm still living and breathing. But and you've had them on you. They shot you with that ray to kill you because they killed all your colleagues that built the flying saucers for the aliens and for governments, and et cetera, and you were targeted and all that. People want to hear, and they want to hear, and they want the knowledge and background of where this all comes from. So you've established, I think, the evil versus good equation, which you have to understand where all this technology is and how far they've gone now, especially with this latest HARP alien new technology that they can move the jet stream and affect the Earth and shoot rockets to crack the South Pole of the moon to move it out of orbit. I mean, we've gone to a point now to where they're destroying mankind. We all are numbered. I'm no, you know, I may have been a target many, many years for all my whistleblowing, marrying into that crap and everything else, but Chris has been a target for helping people. You've been a target since you were a scientist, and there's many people. Yes, many people are affected by this, and many people worldwide are victims of these filth. They're filth that are controlling governments of the world, bribing and paying them off, and a whole bit of, like all these Congress and Senate, they're all worthless. Okay, the President of the United States, POCUS, what do they call him? President, you know, etc. He's as bad. They're all filth because they're all dancing to the tunes of the evil side, which the dancing to the tunes of it is either in the form of they take bribes and payoffs, or they're blackmailed and compromised, or whatever it may be. And we are allowing as humans, as Americans, we're allowing this to destroy the planet because America has always been the leader of the technology that has always come out with, for some reason. That, and of course, that with the 10,000 scientists in Israel, they're always in there bidding to try to be in first place too, and constantly trying to control and threaten the United States of America. Now, is that pretty much true? Are you in agreement there or not?
I know all the details of all the things you mentioned, and they all been covered by deception. Now, I'm telling you that to talk about the truth of the situation makes everyone terrified, because not everybody is perfect. According to Jesus, man is imperfect and is not perfect. Only Jesus was perfect. And if you follow Jesus, you have to follow the commandments. But more important, Jesus said to follow the description of his events. Follow the parables are more important than the commandments. And the parables are Jesus himself didn't fight the evil one directly. He didn't complain to the accuser. He silently went to his death. And that is the parable that all Christians have to believe in.
But they also, yes, and Christ was here for all of us to be saved. Okay, we understand that, Ed.
They understand it, but they don't believe it.
Many do not believe. It is the faith. The faith is the key of keeping you alive.
That is correct. That is correct.
Now, Ed, I've told you the story about Baphomet, the goat-headed demon, the devil coming to my bedroom to kill me, just 3 weeks before my daughter was born. You know the story.
Yes.
And I closed my eyes and said, in the name of Jesus and by the blood of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, I command you out of here now, Satan. And I heard a whirlwind and the front doors went off the house. Okay? I've had the devil, because Leonard Millman, my ex-in-law, that's the banking scandal today, been every major scandal with George Herbert Walker Bush and the other fallen angels, okay, that took my child from me as an infant, were going to kill me that night. So I've seen the devil. I've been, should we say, I've been indoctrinated, okay? As my good friend Brett Landreth, the disbarred attorney, we're trying to get his license back. That's the one that's showing all the massive fraud in health care, you know, the whole bit. He says, Stu, you've been sainthooded. And I said, how's that? It's because of the death ray. I survived it because of Christ, begging him to stay alive, especially December the 9th. I have a strong faith in God. Now, that faith is what's going to keep everybody alive and transfer them either into heaven or into the new earth in the next few years. Faith.
It's more complex than they're told, because there are two judgments. There's the end of the earth as we know it. So that is imagination. We are living in imagination. If you read the Zohar, we are living in imagination. What you're imagining is in your mind. It's not in reality. You're imagining the threat on your life, which was imagination. I'm imagining the 5 threats on my life, which are imagination. The reality comes only at the end of this world as we know it, and we know imagination only. So we all are victims of our belief, of the belief that we're living in reality, which is an imagination. And
okay, so with the consciousness of everybody on the planet, with the power and authority we have as human beings over the fallen angels and the aliens, the George Bushes and the Henry Kissingers and the now Larry Mizels that are possessed by the fallen angels, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and the list goes on. We have power and authority through Jesus Christ, and we have power and authority as humans over these animals, this evil filth, do we not?
As a member of the Baptist Church, I have authority of the Baptist to give baptism to anybody who wants it. I have been trying for 4 years. I have not been able to give baptism to anybody.
Okay. So the point that I'm making is you understand God, He understands you, and you have a personal relationship with Him. And He also reveals to you things that you're not going to speak of tonight. But we are at a point that we are having man-made biblical prophecies being fulfilled by the evil fallen angels, which were the aliens that you once worked with at Area 51. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do we stop this? Stop it, Ed. I'm laying it down on you tonight. How do we stop it? Is it through faith? Is it physical? How do we do it?
By obeying the principles of Jesus, which said that the parables of Jesus are more important than the commandments. So the idea is to behave with a smile and trust everybody, love everybody, and make your enemy love you in return. Because if you love everybody, they will love you back eventually. But there are some who will not love you back, and that's the way you find the aliens. And when the end of the world comes on December 2012, or sooner, or now, or tomorrow, the people who don't love you back are the aliens, and God uses the people of the creation to find out who the aliens are by loving them and telling that I love you no matter who you are evil. So if you love Adolf Hitler, as long as you love him to the end, you're saved. But this is a contradiction in terms, because how can you love Adolf Hitler? Well, you love Adolf Hitler because Jesus told you to love Adolf Hitler, and he told you it's more important than the Bible, which has a commandment that you can't kill anybody. And the commandment is weaker than Jesus' prophecy. Jesus was sent by the Ancient of Days, which is translated as God. But the Zohar says the Ancient of Days created men to have power over their own choice. And this was a power that the angels don't have. When God created the angels, he said, you do exactly what I say, and you live forever. And if you don't do what I say, you're banished. Well, he banished 1/3 of the angels, and they rebelled, and they are the fallen angels. But there are 2/3 of the original angels who are remaining. And you got to understand that there are archangels as well as angels. An archangel is created in the first day of creation, and Jesus was an archangel. This is in the Zohar, but the Zohar does not mention the word Jesus on purpose. It leaves the reader, after he is 40 years old, to interpret himself what the Zohar means. And this is the power that God created men with. Now, there were men before 6,000 years ago, because you have the archaeological record of men going back millions of years. But none of the men that were created had the power of reason, and they were not scholars. Now, God created the man that has reason after he created the power of free choice. He created the power of free choice. On the seventh day, he rested. The seventh day, he finished his creation, and he did not create the man with complete reason. He created the man with reason on the eighth day, after the week of creation. And he created the special man, the chosen man, which was not Adam, it was Ha-Adam, the man. He created the man. That is the meaning of the first sentence. In the beginning. The beginning of what? The beginning of the first creation of the man. That was created on a certain day, the eighth day of creation. And the eighth day of creation was on a Saturday. And if you look at this, at the calendar, the last day was blessed by God, and it was called Shabbos, Saturday in English.
Ed, we many people don't realize it, but since you're touching the subject, the true Sabbath, even according to the Old Testament, was Saturday. And it was a pope in the 15th century, dark times, very evil times, that when they were creating the Catholic Church, because how do you take control of people and their beliefs? You take control of their religions and their governments and so on.
Yes.
And so forth. Okay. Now they did that. And so they changed the Sabbath being Saturday to Sunday. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, and they, the Bible, we call Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, different names than what's in the Bible even. I mean, we can go in the biblical scenario. Because, really, what we're exposing for the edification of all those listening, and will listen to the show, what we're exposing and what we have been fighting against, me as a federal whistleblower for 25 years, Chris, with what he got involved with and then chipping him and all the other stuff and trying to help some girl and her children and the whole bit 10 years ago, and you've been in it, worked for the government in 51 and was one of our top scientists, traveled and met queens and kings and Rothschilds and Rockefeller. Yes. You met them all personally.
I was there on missions because my grandfather was Russian, and I was selected to become a member of the CIA, and I was so happy to be connected to the CIA that I signed everything they gave me, and then they gave me all the documents that said, we'll deny you are an agent, and we don't say yes, you were, or no, we won't. But I was a personal spy of the Secretary of Defense who understood the power and the contacts I had. And when he had all of the contacts, I collected $17 trillion of gold bonds around the world under the direction of the Secretary of Defense. And he made me do this because I wanted to. I had free will, and I thought I was doing correctly until I was attempted to be assassinated by the
evil.
The evil party resided in. I can't even speak. My tongue is paralyzed.
Okay, I ask you a question. One time you took a piece of metal about the size of a loaf of bread that is also known as the polonium. You've never revealed that to me. You never told me anything. I drilled it into you and you crapped your pants and I never got any answers out of you. But the polonium, element 118 on the element chart that doesn't exist, the unattainable. The unattainable.
That word was highly secret. And
until I revealed it, right? I don't have any secrets. I only have secrecy when it comes to national security of the United States of America. And regarding to the secrecy of the protection of this country. When it comes to this alien technology following the planet.
I was sworn to death not to reveal it, and because the CIA was so powerful, I kept my promise. As it turned out,
and you still keep the promise. You still keep the promise. You turned white as a ghost when I mentioned the polonium and saucers. I mentioned element 115, mu metal, Mu metal, and these robotoids that DuPont created are robotoids, just like in the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay?
Yes,
mu metal, living organism that they made the Aurora airplane out of. The
CIA said if you hear it from somebody we didn't speak to, then you're allowed to repeat it because you have free will. You only do not have free will if we tell you the secret, and you cannot tell anybody else. But if you are not told by the CIA and you mentioned a concept, I can repeat it because the concept was not originated by the CIA.
Right. Okay. So you would say that I might have a library of knowledge.
So I can say that you have a source of knowledge which was not dictated by the CIA.
And it wasn't dictated by you or anyone else. It's over the years I've acquired a library card full that I shouldn't have because of my ex-in-law.
That makes you a special person of all the people that I've met in my lifetime.
Well, I thank you for that. That's an honor, in my opinion. I've been through a little bit of stuff. Now, Ed, I'm going to go back to a couple things. And Chris, are you there? Are you handy? Chris, are you still monitoring? Come back to me, Chris, when you hear me. Let us know that you're still there and we're being heard. But Ed, we're up against evil versus good. That's what it amounts to. For those that have super faith, they need to pray. They need to start praying. They need to start asking God to deliver us from this evil. And we also need physically, I see this because we have a confrontation coming. We got to put a stop to it. We're going to have to put a stop to the evil. That means the 100 Templar bankers in the world need to be stopped. They need to be grabbed, arrested by the people of the planet, period. We need to do that. We need to force this government that we are in here in the United States to start prosecuting those that have stolen all this money through health care, continually doing it in this health care fraud. These government officials that are out of control and taking bribes, and the proof and evidence is there. Folks, I could turn up with 400 of them and all the evidence on how they took their bribes. You can't even comprehend it all. But go to a simple factor. When they take campaign contributions, they get to convert it to personal income if they lose the election or at any time they decide to transfer it to personal income by paying a simple tax on the money.
We're running
now,
out of time.
That's the bribe's payoff. Okay, we're out of time. Chris,
we have about 3 minutes left. I would like to ask.
Okay, I'm going to give you the 3 minutes, Chris. I want you to fire questions at it.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions, if I may, because Ed had mentioned that he worked on the Apollo and landing people on the moon. I was wondering, sir, did you work with Wernher von Braun?
Yes, I lectured with Wernher von Braun in New York.
Mm-hmm. What was it like to work with? I mean, obviously during 1947 from Project Paperclip, there were other German scientists that came over to America.
I've met many German scientists, and I've met Wernher von Braun, and he knows everything. I thought I would be a lecturer in rocket theory because I took over the course given by the descendant of Prandtl, a great scientist, but meeting Wernher von Braun, he knew everything. And however, I met him before the secrets of the Zohar were expounded publicly. And he couldn't tell me those secrets, but I'm sure he knew them all because the Church, the Catholic Church, knows them all. And I'll go into that in another lecture if you want to hear it.
Oh, absolutely. I would like to learn more about your relationship with German scientists that came over during Project Paperclip and what their actual attitude was towards the Americans when they were brought. I'm sorry.
Answer it, Ed. Go ahead, answer it, Ed, if you can. Give us the 2 minutes left here.
My favorite scientist that they came over was I can't even speak, but he was made the chief scientist of the United States, and Otto von Lassenitzer was his name, and I can tell you a whole program of relations with Otto, and he disappeared, and I cannot continue right now.
Okay, well that's fine. Maybe we can come back and do another show on this type of topic. That would be great.
I would love to speak of Otto because he's a connection. with Hitler.
Well, I think a lot of the German scientists that came over here made a very big difference to this country, and in good ways and not so good ways. So maybe we can discuss that on the next show. But anyway, I want to thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on tonight. Ed Slade and Stu Webb. We are out of time.
Chris, thank you very much for the time, and Ed, thank you for your time too, both of you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
We were just getting to the answer. To be continued.
Okay, we will set this up for another day. We'll announce another show very soon. Okay, maybe within the next few days. Who knows? Okay.
Thank you.
But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming on. And this is Freedom Fighters for America World Radio at www.freedomfightersforamerica.com and .us. Stay tuned Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time for Take Back America. And we have a good schedule next week. Al Cuppet at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. And we have a very special guest, Ron Branson from Jails for Judges, will be on Wednesday night, also at 9 p.m. So stay tuned for that as well. Thank you. This is Independence, your host, and have a good night. And now I'd like to introduce to you tonight Mr. Ed Slade, former scientist at Area 51, and also, Ed, you're a former CIA agent, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the show. We want to thank you for coming back in tonight.
Well, I really thank you because just about 2 minutes ago, I got a visitor from overseas who told me they just met with the president of a nation that's a member of the UN, and the nation is very interested in the subject, but may not be near a radio. So he asked me to provide a tape of the conversation because they're very interested in the subject. And I said I would. So thank you, Chris, for helping me.
Not a problem. This is being recorded right now, and they can go to TalkShoe.com, type in Freedom Fighters for America World Radio, and they will be able to listen to this broadcast tonight. So that's no problem at all. I was speaking with Stu, and we have had I believe we've done 3 prior shows, or at least 2. I know that we've had a lot of complications with the shows because of people out there that don't want this information to go out. I was wondering now, you were a scientist at Area 51, and you had mentioned that you met Nikola Tesla and what was his name, Werner von Braun, and some of the other individuals that were brought over back in 1947 under the title of Project Paperclip. And
Paperclip got started in 1942.
Oh, it was 42? And what year were they brought over here?
No, 47 is when they got over on a box, a giant box filled with German scientists, and it was unheated and unventilated, and they were sealed in a box, and they were sent to New York and opened up the box with sledgehammer for the outside, and they escaped into America because they were smuggled in as German scientists, and that was Project Paperclip.
Now, did they know what they were really coming over here for? Were they?
You betcha they knew. Mm-hmm. They were the cream of the German scientists who were working on the atom bomb and were working on the V-2 rocket.
So now there were many other different scientists. I think there were 600 or more that were brought over by the CIA around that time, or did it happen in waves?
It happened afterwards, but the first 12 people were just in a box. They were smuggled in a box with no food and no water, and they were smuggled in and sealed with no life support. They were sent by boat, and they landed in New York, and they escaped for freedom of America, because they lost the war, but they were so brilliant that the United States had to have them in our country.
Right. So when they escaped, I mean, they must have escaped with help. I mean, somebody must have, obviously they gave them jobs and they kept them
No, the CIA did everything for them.
Mm-hmm. Now, some of these scientists also were scientists that experimented on human beings inside the concentration camps in Germany and of course,
unfortunately, that's true.
Now a lot of them were also not only scientists, but there were medical people. There were many different types of scientists. Obviously, Werner von Braun was into rocket science and probably a heck of a lot more than that. And, can you tell us a little bit about some of these scientists? I mean, I don't want you to I don't want you to compromise anything that may be considered sensitive information, or any of that. But whatever you can tell us about some of these scientists, maybe who they were, or if not, at least what their functions were. I mean, what were they set out to do? What were they sent to do?
They were all the top men in their field. And one of the people was the behavior scientist, and they studied human behavior, and they led to all the physical experiments of killing up the prisoners and cutting them up for experiments. And that's the part that is reflected in the alien behavior today. They were descended from the aliens. They were cutting people up in Germany. Mm-hmm. But the aliens that are cutting up the people in America are the ancestors of the people that cut them up in Germany.
So some of these people who were German scientists or what have you, now just to make the edification here for our listening audience, they're known as fallen angels. They are people. They are actual aliens that have come from another world. You have seen this activity at Area 51. You have seen their technology and what they're capable of, and this is a very big conspiracy by many governments that have made agreements with these aliens. So now we're talking about the scientists themselves from Germany. Now, so from what you're saying to me is that some of these alien activities, along with human beings during the course of, the World War II and Nazi Germany, and these experiments and these scientists that are literally cutting people open and experimenting on people. Now, that was done I would imagine, for a two-phase investigation, one for human beings and one for these aliens. Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. The aliens had descendants which were half-breeds with the humans. The original aliens were pure aliens, but they had descendants formed by intermarrying with the human women, and they went crazy over the human women because the aliens couldn't have mothers. The aliens were created by God, and in the Zohar, the religious book of the descendants of the Hebrews, the aliens could not have children on regular women, so they picked women from the humans, and they in chapter 6, in chapter 1 of the aliens, in chapter 6 is right, they made love to all the women they could possibly find, and they didn't pass up anybody because they were ugly. They made love to everybody, and they had descendants from the women, which were half-breeds. And the half-breed children were brilliant because they had superior knowledge and superior ability, and the women were women that they chose at random.
So what you're saying here is some of these scientists or later scientists that you may have met have been both.
Yes, the scientists were all half-breeds, quarter-breeds, eighth-breeds, 16th-breeds, and so on. Mm-hmm. But God says in the King James Version that you can't change the mind of aliens. You can. It takes 1,000 generations of people, of aliens, to change their mind, whereas the humans can change their mind in 3 generations. So if you have a wicked human, you can educate him in 3 generations, and you cannot change an alien's opinion of evilness in 1,000 generations. That is a warning to readers of the King James Version that these aliens are very stubborn and their descendants cannot be human. They're fixed in their belief, and all the beliefs of alien and their descendants are 100% straightforward, and their agenda is to kill all humans. That's the point that the Bible makes.
If I may interrupt too for a moment, because I think it's important for the edification of those that are listening. If they get their Bible off, take a look at Genesis 6.
Genesis 6, yes.
Genesis 6, it says that the fallen angels mate with humans, and that's what he's talking about here.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's get back a little bit more towards the scientists themselves, because they were smuggled into this country. They were given citizenship here.
Yeah.
Actually, President Truman gave illicit orders not to allow any scientists who were thought to have strong Nazi leanings to enter the U.S. under Operation Paperclip. Many dossiers were rewritten to clean up the history of many of the scientists involved.
Yes,
they wanted to prevent them from their expertise falling into the hands of the Soviet Union. So, I mean, that was their claim.
There was a great struggle going on, and many scientists went to the Soviet Union under similar circumstances. The Soviet Union was just as eager as the Americans to swoop up the brilliant German scientists as we were, and they captured a lot of Germans in the war, and they never let any of them return to Germany. They captured the information and worked the Germans to death rather than return them.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a violent episode among the winners of World War II that was shielded from the press. But the people in the intelligence services understood very clearly what was going on.
I would imagine so. I mean, I have one name here, Reinhard Gehlen. He was a major general in Nazi Germany under the Wehrmacht during World War II. He was a chief of intelligence gathering on the Eastern Front. He was recruited by the U.S. military to set up a spy ring directed against the Soviet Union. So these are some of the types, other than scientists, that were recruited by the United States. And, I just don't understand why. I'm sure that Reinhard Gehlen was obviously, involved in the murders and part of the criminality, but yet the United States decided to keep him on, too. They were so scared of Russia that they were willing to deal with the devil to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly true.
That kind of shows, just what the thinking is behind our so-called Department of Justice, CIA.
But the complications of the devil is very complicated, because the Germans were the Nazis were the devil because they were descended from Satan. Now, the Russians conquered Germany, but the Russians were satanic because they were also descended from the devil, and they beat the Germans out of self-defense. And they said, well, now that we beat the Germans, we can beat everybody. And they thought that they could beat the United States. So they competed with the United States to get the best scientists on board.
Mm-hmm. How did they actually compete? Was it the areas that were occupied by the U.S. and occupied areas occupied by Russia? That's how they would come into play, weren't they?
In every way they competed, in trade, in finance, in war, in influence, in propaganda. In every way they competed with the United States, and they still are competing, and make no mistake about that. And their competition was deceptive. It was deceptive because in some areas they pretended to help. For example, Lincoln freed the slaves in 1865, but the Russians freed the slaves in 1831 in Russia. That was done by the aliens. And nobody repeated that in the United States. You never heard anyone say, oh, Lincoln was okay, but he was 35 years later, he freed the slaves. But Russia freed the slaves 35 years before Lincoln. And they never got credit in the press in the United States for freeing the slaves. Every Russian was free. They freed all the peasants in 1831 on paper. In the Constitution of Russia, the peasants are free. And the peasants are free, but in 1905, the peasants were all rounded up. And one of the peasants was my grandfather. And he was sent to the Japanese-Russian War in 1905. And he was sent there by the Russian generals. And the general who was in charge of the army was in charge of the personnel, the army and personnel and the weapons. My grandfather was a private in the army, and when he went to Russia by force, the peasants were sent in 1905 to Vladivostok, but they lived in the area around Odessa, and they had a Russian brigade from Odessa. They were all Jews, and they were Jews that were sent to war, but not by other Russians. They were sent by the aliens. They rounded up every Jew they could find and sent them to war. However, they trained with wooden rifles, and when they went to war, they issued them wooden rifles. And the soldiers said, wait a minute, we're going to real war with the Japanese. Give us real guns. And the generals would not do it. They would not give real weapons to the Jews because they were afraid the Jews would turn on the generals and kill them. But the generals were aliens, and they were mean and tough, as tough as you could be. But yet, under the Constitution, they were all free Jews. They were free and fighting in the name of Russia. And the Russians had freed them on paper that they were free. Now, I can say this being descended from an escapee of the Russian army who turned out to be my grandfather. And he came to a country called America because he smuggled himself into America. And he didn't smuggle himself into America because America welcomed all depressed foreigners. They said the best loyal person in America, who was founded by patriots, is a distressed, loyal foreigner who is oppressed by the aliens. So the patriots knew the best army they could make would be aliens. And Benjamin Franklin was the leader of the troop movement of the foreign aliens to American patriots. That's the transition that happened in the late 1800s and in the early 1900s. The passport of a foreign worker did not exist until after World War I. During World War I, they created passports, but the time of the escape of 1905 of the Jews from the Russian army against Japan, there was no passport. So a Russian worker or a Russian combat combatant in the Army escaped and came to America. And how my grandfather came is he ran away from the fight because the Japanese were using real bullets, and they were aliens too. So they came with real bullets and killed every Jew in the line because the Jews were backed up by the Russian aliens, and the aliens had guns, and if the Jews ran backwards, they shot them. So all the Jews in the Russian brigade from Odessa were killed, except my grandfather. And the way he announced it, he was running for his life backwards, and a stray bullet missed him and killed his officer who stood behind him with a gun to kill him. So he escaped by the skin of his teeth, and he got to a port in Odessa where a Canadian ship was anchored, and it was bringing lumber to Russia in Vladivostok. And he knew no English, but he motioned that he wanted to get out of here because there was a great war going on nearby in Vladivostok. And the commandant of the ship.
We are experiencing technical difficulty here tonight. Of course, our nemesis is not making it easy for us to do these radio shows because they don't want this information out there, but that's just too bad for them. What I was trying to ask you before I was hung up, I don't even know where it ended, but you met Werner von Braun. You met
yes.
Him. Now, did you meet him at Area 51, or did you meet him somewhere else in the United States?
I met him at Pratt Institute, was holding a lecture, and when I was in college, and they were trying to get public support of the space program. So Werner von Braun had a 3-day seminar with other scientists to interest the public in the space activity. So Werner von Braun was the final speaker, and I was the middle speaker, and Jastrow, the American scientist, was the initial speaker, and they were sponsored by a private college in New York, in Brooklyn, New York, called the Pratt Institute. Mm-hmm. And all my documents of that meeting were all borrowed. I say borrowed because Werner von Braun and my photograph and Werner von Braun's photograph and Jastrow's photographs were all prominently published. And I asked the university if they had an extra copy right after that, and they had none because all the copies were taken by visitors in the scientific community who wanted a copy. There may be copies around being held by other scientists that were not invited to the show, but who heard about it. And that one of those copies was mine, which I lost immediately after appearing on the show, and I regret not being able to offer one copy to somebody else who wants to see it. But it was a very groundbreaking event that institute.
Around when did this happen, and what year did this happen?
Well, I was teaching rocket theory in 1960. So it was in 1960 to 61. It was in that period.
Was this when Kennedy was president, or was it before that?
Well, now you're asking a man who's suffering from 20 years of a stroke. Now, I can answer that by looking at a history book and saying when was Kennedy president.
Kennedy was elected, I believe he was elected in November. He was put in office the election, of course, was in November of 61. December 10th, he took the oath of office, I believe, in 61. So, I don't know. It probably was before that time. Just to get off this, we'll try to speed this up a little bit.
Chris, remember, Ed has had a stroke, and he was hit doing a speech with Bo Greitz several years back. Mm-hmm. I believe it was in the the 1980s, and he was
1989. It was before the election in 90.
He was hit on stage with Bo Greitz, who was a lot of people know who he is.
Yeah, let's let people know what this is all about, because
they hit him with a laser on stage and put him in a coma for several years. So
yeah, it's absolutely interesting to hear, because being a targeted individual myself, I understand this very well. There are people out here, ladies and gentlemen, that are part of this government and part of other institutions and corporate and other types that use directed energy weapons against human beings, American citizens, and people around this globe when they don't want information put out, when they think they're being exposed, or just because, this person knows too much and they don't want this person's information out there.
The biggest secret of the aliens is not to reveal to the world that they're aliens and that they are part of it. They all talk about that, Christmas and Satan and Santa, the same thing. Santa is Satan. If you juggle the letters, you become Santa. It gives everything for free. Satan is religious and gives everything for free because he's loyal. But Satan is the same letters as Santa and juggles the letters around. It's a pun against Christ. It's a pun against Jehovah, because Jehovah claims that the world was created by letters, by Hebrew letters created the world. That was the way the world was created. In the first book of the Zohar, the world was created by letters. And the first introduction of the 22 volumes that make up the Zohar is the convention of letters. So the reason I want to be first is because, and he gives a big speech of why he's the best. Then the letter B stands up and says, oh no, you're not the best. B is most important because, and I know what the becauses are, but then the G stands up next to the alphabet, in the Hebrew alphabet, and says, I'm the best, and they go all the way to the end. And God judges all of them and says, well, you're best and you're the worst, and you're the one that starts the letters in the King James Version, which is really the Masoretic text of the ancient Bible that's written in Hebrew. Now, that's the first thing. Now, if you pick up that book, the first book of the Zohar, and start reading it, you say, oh, this is a bunch of hooey. This is silly. Who is writing a book saying I'm the letters is the best letter? Oh, come on. And they put it down. Nobody has read the Zohar, especially 22 letters. Now, the Zohar was a written document that was written in stone. It was kept verbally secret by the person who wrote it. That was God told the angel Gabriel, and Gabriel made sure that Adam, which is really named Ha-Adam.
I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I think we should be talking about some of the scientists, because we've discussed this on other shows before prior, but,
well, you got to turn me off because I get started and I can't stop.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm glad you turned me off because I get started and I can't stop.
Okay, yeah, because we have discussed Zohar before. I don't want to duplicate shows here if we don't have to.
Remember, he's a former scientist that likes to give history lessons here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying. That's what we're trying to get, a history lesson on the German scientists and some of the others that he's met.
If put me on the right track, I'll tell you all the secrets.
Okay, well, you don't have to tell me secrets that'll get you in trouble. For history's sake, because I think that a lot of people would really like to know about the people that you've worked with, the people that you've met during your time. You've been to other countries, you worked with the CIA, you've met many, many important people. And I think some of those important people that you met are people that a lot of people, number one, are not around today to even talk about these people, which is, Wernher von Braun put people on the moon. He worked in nuclear capacity. He created the V1 and the V2 rockets.
Yes.
And this was someone that was brought over by the CIA, okay, and they claimed to take him because they don't want him to fall into the hands of the Russians, and they wanted all his information. And yeah,
but he was not put in a box and sealed up and brought in. He was brought in legally by saying, "Here's Wernher von Braun. We're taking him privately," but he was open in the press. He walked in under the glide of captured scientists, but these paperclip scientists.
He was probably a very big asset that they wanted to have.
Very big, because he ran V1 and P2 at Peenemünde, so they took him by force publicly. These paperclip scientists were his assistants who stuck in a box, in a wooden box, and hammered shut and sealed without food, without water, and they brought them all in a ship as smuggled cargo. That's the difference between Wernher von Braun and paperclip scientists.
And Chris, I think for the edification of the listeners to understand who Ed is here, Ed Slade,
he developed a rocket that shot the Apollo project to the moon.
That's right. And that was the deception, which I found out 10 years later. That was the deception among the multitude of deceptions that was instituted by the aliens. And we'll get into that later, but I can't take credit for developing the rocket because the equipment that I used was all furnished by the aliens secretly to the CIA, which secretly passed it on to me and made me think that I was not deceived, that was working for the CIA, but they were taking this equipment through the alien channels and giving it to me and saying, "You did it. You're great. Hey, Ed Slade invented this." I didn't invent it. I just approved to get this equipment on the moon. But I was told to keep your mouth shut and take the credit. But
okay,
I didn't know what I was doing. Yes?
I'll throw something else out to you. Your colleagues that worked with you all died, basically, and I believe there were 6 of them that you and the other 6 developed also and worked on the flying saucers. Is that not correct?
Well,
or is it correct?
It's correct. That's all the associates that thought they were doing stuff originally by their own mental power all disappeared or died. And I'm the last standing one of those beginning scientists. That's why I get upset when I talk about it, because I was duped as much as America was duped, as America is being duped right now. I was duped. It took 10 years before I unraveled the duplicity of the CIA. The CIA was duped themselves by the aliens, and Eisenhower was duped by the aliens and the CIA together. They both duped Eisenhower, which you can't say he was an alien. Eisenhower was a patriot. But he was duped because when the CIA said, look, Mr. Eisenhower, if you fight the aliens right now and don't make a treaty with them right now, they'll kill you. So you have to play along with the aliens. And Eisenhower responded by saying, There's nothing I can do. There's nothing the CIA can do. There's nothing an army can do against the aliens. They can do anything. So if you fight them right now on the first treaty conference we're having, they'll kill us. Then what do I get to save the country? I don't get a chance because the aliens will smash me.
Let me ask
before we begin.
Let me ask you something. Who is in direct contact with the aliens? The CIA or the National Security Council or
the MJ-12? That was the group that they denied to this day that had anything to do with it.
Okay, so they're the group of a council that has the contact with the aliens, and that whatever they discuss then goes to another form of government, the CIA or whomever, and then that's how you get contacted.
The MJ-12 is above the President of the United States, is my understanding of this, Chris.
Yes.
They hold power above. Those are the Illuminati fighters are part of the MJ-12. The control.
Something that William Cooper brought out, was it not?
Yes, it is. Bill Cooper was exactly on target. I talked to Bill Cooper. They assassinated him, killed him.
Bill Cooper was a friend of both of us.
Mm-hmm.
And anything Stu says about Bill Cooper, I mean, I could see him right now, and we were talking with John Lear, and we knew all the details at that time. We knew we were in trouble, because if Eisenhower couldn't stop the aliens on the first conference, then Bill Cooper couldn't stop the aliens, and I couldn't stop the aliens, and John Lear couldn't stop the aliens. Because
John Lear, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ed. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, you should, because John Lear is a key player in this play of deception.
John Lear was his father was Lear Jets, and the Bush Crime Syndicate took over the company, stole it from John. He never inherited, but John was one of the greatest test pilots, CIA test pilots at Area 51, S4 they called it.
He flew every airplane that the CIA manufactured, one way or another. He tested every single airplane that was made into the first flight, wherever it was. John Lear flew it, and he flew them to destruction because he had to lie down in some airplanes, and when he crashed them, he broke both his ankles, and he was in wheelchairs all his life. He was completely crippled from test flying, and he was test flying under the orders of the CIA military to serve the alien inventions. So he flew it all. He knew it all, because his father was knocked out of the manufacturing arm of Learjet after he invented the Learjet and produced it. And I worked with Lear, with the father of Bill Lear, and Bill Lear had arrangements to fly me to Russia, and he had secret passports to land in Russia at any moment without a warning, and he would be welcomed by the Russians to give any information on this activity of international intrigue. And I had a meeting to land in Russia with Bill Lear the week that he died. And I flew into Las Vegas with Bill Lear flying into Las Vegas in his Learjet at hundreds of miles an hour at two-story height down Las Vegas Boulevard, and went zoom and landed at the airport, just like a kid running 2 stories high on the runway on Las Vegas Boulevard and landing. And when he landed, he was met by plane loads of police who had their guns drawn and their rifles ready to knock out the guy that landed so crazily over Las Vegas Boulevard. And they opened the door, and Billy stepped out with two 45s strapped to his belt because he was a little action-packed person, and he said, "I'm in a hurry." And the police said, "Oh, wait a minute, that's Bill Lear." So they said, "Let him pass." And I was right behind him. I was the next passenger. And they said, "Oh, you're coming with Bill Lear?" And I said, "Yes." And I still have a photograph of that incident, and you could check it, and somebody could look up the dates of who landed what and who landed because of Bill Lear. And I will be in the records of somebody if they haven't eliminated me in paper. If they haven't eliminated my photograph, I have one photograph, and you better come and I'll reproduce one for you before they knock me out and knock the photograph out too, because I was in the middle of all this activity, and Bill Lear was, and John Lear was, and all of his friends, and Cooper and all of those people. Cooper was from Naval Intelligence, and he had 90% of the story, and they finally dumped him off in his bed. The sheriff of the county that he lived in came into his bedroom and shot him dead in his bed.
And I might add to that, because the night that he was killed, just days before, Chris, he had done some radio shows exposing the alien connection, because Bill had
nice.
been
I'll be looking
former
at
ONI. Yeah. But he had done some radio shows with KK. I don't know what, I think it was KKTR out of Salt Lake City, and had done it with the talk show host that I had done some shows with in the past, way back in the 90s. But they murdered him. But he wrote a book. I'm trying to think of the name of the book. He had.
I have the book.
I'm trying to think of the name, but the point is that John Lear, who's a personal friend, matter of fact, Rodney Stitch and I wrote Defrauding America, had Christmas nightcap, should we say, with John on a couple occasions, and Rodney had wanted to meet with him, and we met with him. John's a great guy. Still in Vegas, but they basically put him under the Bud's Duration program like they have you, and everybody else broke. And here he was one of the greatest pilots and the heir to the Lear fortune, of which he never inherited. But John Lear also has a good buddy named Bob Lazar. And if anybody goes up on the internet to Bob Lazar, Lazzar, I think it is, .com, you will see pictures of the aliens on the moon. They're based on the moon and also on Mars, which are the fallen angels. Bob Lazar worked at Area 51. And matter of fact, John Lear's the one that put, I'm not dropping names here, but he put the one that George Norrie replaced. What's the talk show host out there in Pahrump, Ed?
Yeah, I know who you mean.
I'm speaking of the one that's...
yeah, I know who you're speaking of.
Put him on the map.
I'm thinking of his name.
George... I can't even think of the name, but George Norrie replaced him. It was...
You're talking about Art Bell.
Art Bell, yes. And matter of fact,
yes.
got him up there, Art Bell, was... he sued, just throw this out, he sued Ted Gunderson and won about $1.5 million, undisclosed amount is what I heard, for slander, defamation of character, and other things, calling Art Bell a child molester. And we might bring in later on in the show the Gunderson connection, because it ties in with some stuff that Ed is aware of that happened, that there's a document on my website. And it didn't come from Ed, but it came from other parties. And
I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're getting out there. But
out there.
We're all kind of intertwined and connected like you are,
I know,
Chris.
This whole thing is so intertwined and connected that it's very difficult for the listening audience, and so we have to,
let's back
ask
up
you to bear with us here on this, because these people, these policies, the intertwining of criminality and cover-up.
It's not
very
intertwining.
far.
It's deception. Every step of every contact is deception. They are purposely deceiving every contact to make the good guys look like the bad guys and the bad guys look like the good guys. And once in a while they let a good guy be a good guy, and then they come and try and destroy him. So every contact is a deception. It starts off good and winds up as a cemetery. So there's no good guys left to speak out good things and good truths. And one of the things that gets me all upset and lets me lose my temper is that I'm the last man standing, and Chris is right behind me. He's right ahead of me because he gets the documents to make all the truth, and everybody else makes all the truth lies and all the lies truth. And I'm losing my temper thinking about it. And I'm 75 years old right now, and I've lost all my temper. And I say, what can they do to me now if I tell the truth? There's nothing they can do to me that they haven't done mentally. They've tried, and this is not a part of your show, but I've accumulated $17 trillion of bonds that are being traded in the United Nations. And they're traded secretly. And most of those bonds came from my briefcase. And my briefcase was entered by invisible aliens and taken away and stolen. All my work to do good was stolen. And the aliens got the profit of my 55 years of contact with the CIA, which took 55 years to accumulate the billions of dollars and trillions of dollars of bonds, which I had in my possession. Now, I'm not.
What makes you think it's aliens that did it, not members of the CIA and the criminality, the corruption part?
Well, Chris, if I may, for a moment, because I'm familiar with this, because I've had it myself. Mm-hmm. And what he's speaking of is that there's the and this is top secret. It's the 1954 to the year 2012 agreement with the aliens that the United States made with Eisenhower as President of the United States, because they were going to kill him. You either do what we tell you to do, and he's like, okay, I'll do what you want to do, mm-hmm. Supernatural beings. Now, the agreement was they get Area 51, not S4, which is Groom Lake. Everybody centers on Groom Lake. That's
what agreement are you referring to?
We're referring to 60 miles south of there called Papoose Lake.
Okay. So this is an agreement between whom? The aliens and
United States of America and the aliens, which are the fallen angels.
Okay.
Okay? And they made this agreement because they needed a base. Now,
secret base.
Now, what's interesting, if you look at the history and go up on Google, you'll find it. The history of Area 51. Why is it? I asked the question for any of the audience listening, why is it that naval intelligence would have a base inland? Area 51 in Nevada, that huge block of land, why in the 1800s did they declare it to be their land? It goes way back to the alien base prior to the agreement of 1954 to 2012. And why does that alien agreement end in the year 2012? Everybody's talking about the History Channel playing these various prophecies of these various Indians, that were in Central America of the calendar ending in 2012. Why is it that they made the agreement to 2012? That's a big question that needs to be addressed.
We'll answer it tonight if you want to keep the channel open, because I'm ready to talk about it, because I have a record of talking about this problem for 8 days straight without sleep among my close friends. I've explained it, and I'm tired of explaining it until I get national television and explain it to the country so they understand it.
Explain it now so they do understand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. We're going to give you the air. You tell us exactly what you want to say.
Well, I come up for air every 8th day, and then you have to let me go to sleep for a day or two and continue. Because
are you at that point of coming up for air, or do you want to go to sleep?
No, 8 days I'll go to sleep. But
okay.
But it's important enough to keep talking and not be interrupted by the federales who interrupted and say, get this guy off the radio because he's talking too much, and we have to put him in the white jackets and put him in a padded room and leave him there till he dies because he's talking too much. That's been what happened to my 5 predecessors. So I'm the last man standing, and I don't care. But ask me a question, and I'll start.
Okay, let's start from the very beginning of this thing.
Adam and Eve is the very beginning.
Oh, well, no, I don't want to get that far back. People can listen to the first show that you've done with us, and they can hear that part. I think you did about an hour or so, maybe more on that.
You're making history here with the show, Ed. So let's stay on track with it.
Yeah, we're just trying to stay on track tonight. But you know what? I'd like you to talk about
Otto Velocity.
What's that?
I'd like to talk about Otto Velocity because you said you'd like to hear that on a show.
No, go right ahead.
Otto Velocity was the president of a gun company in Germany, and he was commended by Adolf Hitler with a 4 million mark prize, which was $1 million, and Hitler personally commended him for producing the Mauser gun, which is a machine gun that helped to win the early campaigns of Germany, where they came in with the Blitzkrieg against the different enemies, Poland, against Hungary, against Czechoslovakia, and against the Ukraine, where they just mowed down the enemy. Now, Otto was the inventor and the company that produced the Mauser weapon. In particular, he produced the Mauser 41, and he advanced the design to Mauser 42, which is the modern version of the Mauser, which was used in the latter part of the war. Now, Colt Firearms has a museum on the property of all the guns that they have a Mauser in the museum. They say, well, obviously it's a Mauser 42 because that's what they thought the Mauser was all 42s. But the Mauser 41 was the predecessor of the Mauser 42. And I met Otto Velocity at just about this time, and I visited him in Springfield Arsenal. And he said, Ed, there's a mistake in your museum. I said, what is it? He says, they have a Mauser 42, and they have it labeled as a 42. It's a Mauser 41, really. I said, how could they mistake it? He told me he designed a 41, and they produced that. And that was captured at the beginning of the war and offered to the museum. But it was a Mauser 42. I said, how can you tell the difference? He said, there's a whole bunch of differences. Now, you could buy a gun book that has a Mauser 41 and a Mauser 42. You can look at it and see they're different. And he gave me a copy of it, and I have it. And you could see the differences. The whole operation is a different gun. But I went back to Colt and said, hey, Colt, you got a Mauser 41 labeled as 42. And they said, you're just a Jew. You don't know guns like we know guns. We make guns. And you're just hired. What do you know about Mauser 41? I said, Otto Velocity designed it, and he built it. And he saw that you have the wrong. And he said, you're full of crap. This is a Mauser 42. And I made enemies with every gun designer in Colt. Right away, I got on the force. Right away. How did I get on the force? Because the Secretary of Defense of the United States of America put me there. He said, I want you to straighten out that company and design the ultimate fighting weapon. And they put me for making weapons in Colt. I did not make the Colt 15, but I knew every inch of all the diplomatic things that went into it, and I stayed away from it. And I was designing other weapons which were more advanced and more lethal.
What other kind of weapons were you designing?
Well, I designed the exploding bomb, which was you drop the bomb. It was a bomblet, a spherical small bomblet. You drop it from an airplane, and it landed on the ground and exploded. But it exploded a minor charge, and the minor charge blew the bomb itself up in the air about 40 feet. And then the real bomb, which inside the minor bomb, exploded and shot grenades and fractions of metal down below. So it was a way of exterminating enemy in the jungle, where you had to hit them from above because there was too much foliage to hit them sideways, too many trees in a way. So we invented the bomb to drop the BLU-22 that came. It was dispensed out of cylindrical tubes that were hung from airplanes. So you could send a whole bunch of small spheres instead of exploding on the ground, which was stifled by the foliage. They were exploded from the air. There was just 20 or 30 feet above the troops. And so you were killing troops left and right. And all the press put it in the newspapers that we were exterminating the enemy in Vietnam because we had these new weapons that were wiping out the enemies hundreds of thousands at a time, which was true. But they were sending in hundreds of thousands of new replacements. So the replacement kept the army strong. So people in the army kept saying, well, you can't be killing hundreds of thousands every time you go out in the Air Force. If the troop strength of the army stayed the same, how could you be killing 100,000? That was a deception. We were killing 100,000 troops, but they were replacing 100,000. How were they replacing it? They had underground tunnels. They were coming in under the boundaries of the country. They had troops marching underground on small tunnels connecting the North Vietnam from the South Vietnamese. So as fast as we could kill them, as soon as they popped their heads up, they were shot down by the BLU-22, and they died on the spot. And then the other replacements were right behind them in the underground tunnels, which were impervious for attack. And they came in to Vietnam, and they could never figure out how these troops were coming in so fast because they couldn't see them from an airplane. They couldn't see the convoys. So those were the secret deceptions the enemy was using. But the enemy was backed by the aliens, and they were sending in. They had the Chinese and they had the Vietnamese. They were united to kill the French, to kill the Americans who replaced the French. And why did the French give up for the Americans? Because the French were aliens, and they allowed they talked the Americans into taking over because they were weak. the French claimed that they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. So the Americans, which were good-hearted patriots, and they were nice guys, they took over. And while they took over, they kept honoring their old requirements, and they especially honored the requirements to the French, and they honored the requirements of giving them the gold, because the French had paper gold issued by America, which was part of the Patriot Constitution, which said all Americans obey the Constitution, and it has to be gold to be the money of the country, or silver. Gold or silver only was allowed to be money in the Constitution, and paper money was not allowed. So the gold that existed until the Vietnamese War all went to the French, who were hoarding paper gold before the war, and they redeemed the paper gold in the United States. So at every trade opportunity, they traded paper dollars in gold. It said this paper dollar is a paper dollar in gold, and it's redeemable in gold by the U.S. Treasury.
What is that? What does gold have value to aliens? So?
I'll tell you every question. Now, the gold was very important for the aliens to connect to, because the gold was a great reflector of sunlight. Now, the aliens were getting fried on their own planet, and they didn't want to get burned up, so they put up sun shields, and they ran out of gold in making the sun shield. So the sun shield in the upper atmosphere, they ran out of gold, so they needed more gold quick. So they talked the French into getting a lot of gold from the United States, which had the greatest gold strike in 1849. And they were working on that ever since 1849. And who was working on it? The alien named Napoleon. Napoleon was the one that started the gold drain in the United States. They were starting the gold drain. They kept it up, and they kept it up through the war, when it became so painful for the French to fight the war and take the gold that they gave up, and they gave up to America. They said, you're strong, you're big, you're brave, you take over, but keep us giving us the gold from your gold dollars, your paper gold dollars. They took all the gold out of the U.S. Treasury by deception, because when they ran out of gold, the United States said, we have no more gold. So what did they do? They devalued the gold dollar into paper money. And there was preludes of that happening prior to 1933, because President Roosevelt, in his first act of president, got rid of the gold standard and said, you no longer have to put a gold dollar. That's when they tried to keep the French out of their pocket. And the French, Napoleon was leading the gold raid on the Treasury. The gold raid goes back to Napoleon giving the Louisiana Purchase to America. He didn't want to give the Louisiana Purchase. He wanted the gold. So he offered it for 2 cents on the acre to buy all the land in the Louisiana Purchase from Canada to Mexico.
Okay, let's stop here for a second, because we're going way around. Now, you worked as a scientist at Area 51. You helped put the Apollo on the moon. You worked for armament manufacturing companies. You manufactured weapons that were used in Vietnam. Now, I remember Stu had mentioned that you worked on the pistol that Lyndon Johnson carried around in his pocket. Can you tell us a little bit about that handgun?
Well, it's fun. It's fun that you bring that up because when Johnson found out that Kennedy was shot, he said, "Wait a minute, we got the best arms in the country. You got to make me a pistol I can carry in my jacket that can take a lot of enemies, assassins. If they're going to shoot me and kill me, I want something I can shoot a bunch of assassins and kill them. So I'll make it very painful for them to shoot me." And I designed a weapon for Johnson, which was started with the AR-16. We sawed off the barrel and made it very short, a couple of inches, and then we lightened the handle by cutting it off and making a collapsible handle, very small collapsible handle. Then we took the cartridge that held normally 20 bullets, and we changed that into a curved cartridge that handled 30 bullets. So when we were all done, we had a very short pistol, which was 30 rounds of ammunition, and it fit inside a regular suit jacket that Johnson wore, and it could be pulled out of his pocket and fired 30 rounds at a high speed and knock out everybody in a matter of seconds.
Was this an automatic pistol or was this a semi?
It was automatic. It was automatic, and it went and it was done. 30 rounds came out of the barrel, and there was only one of them made. And I made it and took it to Frankfurt Arsenal, which tested it for safety so the president wouldn't shoot his own foot off. And while it was being tested, the gun disappeared in Frankfurt Arsenal in Philadelphia. And they said, "Wait a minute, we can't find the gun. Somebody stole it in the gun armory." So Holt had to make it again. And we made another one, a quick copy of the original one, and we sent it down to Johnson, to the White House, and we got the phone call, "We want it right away." So I got a phone call to send the gun down right away. So we checked the airlines, and we missed the airplane leaving out of Hartford. So they said, "We need it right now in Washington." I said, "Well, I can get it there before the airplane gets there." They said, "How are you going to do that?" I said, "Give me the gun, you'll find out." So they gave me the gun. I said, "Call all the policemen on the highway down to Washington." And they called Washington. They called the Parkway, there was Parkway between New York and Hartford. There was a famous, I can't even think of the name of the parkway, but a famous parkway. They called everybody and they said, "If you see a white Mercedes shooting down the parkway at 100 miles an hour, don't stop him, wave him on. That is going to the White House. It's got to get there right now." And he said he's going to beat the airplane. I said, I hope they repeated that to every policeman on the way down. And they stuck a pass in the window of my car, which said, Colt. And it said, "Let him go," and all that. And they put it on the window, and they pasted it on, and I jumped in the car and went down the highway 120 miles an hour with a brand new Mercedes that I bought in Europe. And I bought in Europe, and I was so rewarded that the CIA flew the airplane in, and the airplane got to the United States ahead of me. It was on a separate CIA airplane, and I had that car driving the gun to Washington, and I shot down the highway 120 miles an hour from Hartford to Washington, which was 300 miles, and I got there just before 3 o'clock, so I was doing 120 down, and very few stops that I had to stop because I was going all out, and I had this gun and nothing else in the car. And I didn't get stopped, but I was sweating all the way because I didn't want to get stopped and try to explain to policemen that I was going down the Pennsylvania Turnpike with a gun and going 120 miles an hour. They think I was a bandit. So I got through completely untouched by the police. I went all the way down. I went zoom into the Pentagon, and I delivered it to who was in charge of the war in the Pentagon. The 4-star general who was.
Mm-hmm. So you got it there, and he kept it throughout his presidency, and after that too.
He took it to the White House. I took it to the Pentagon because I had a clear understanding of where the Pentagon was when we were driving to Washington.
Yeah.
And
I remember many pictures, in my younger years, Chris. I mean, I'm almost 55, but I remember quite a few pictures of President Johnson. And I remember the guy always walking around with his hand in his suit coat.
Yeah.
He always had a suit on, and he was always walking around with his hand. And I thought, well, what's he got in his pocket that he likes putting his hands in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. I mean, anybody can go back and probably.
Sure. The overcoats too. He liked the overcoats. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the overcoats as well.
Yeah.
So he's walking around with his finger on the trigger.
Yeah, he was scared of his life. When they assassinated Kennedy, he said, how can I face the public? Some idiot will be out there and take a shot at me. And whenever he was in a crowd, he made sure he had a suit or a coat to cover his weapon. And nobody noticed the weapon. It was so small that he could put it in his coat. And he was so thankful he had that after a couple of months he felt secure again, that he was safe by the weapon. And that was one part of the activity at Colt that made a lot of amusement to me personally, because I felt like a patriot. I was helping everybody that was in need of a gun, so that guns could be used for good and they could be used for bad. So I was enamored of a gun, and I got a very surefire design assignment to know all I could about guns. Now, the interesting thing about guns was when I was 5 years old, I did something that no Jew had ever done for 1,000 years. And that was, you are not supposed to know the secrets of the Kabbalah until you're age 40. When I was age 5, my uncle told me all of the secrets of the Kabbalah at age 5 because I was very bright as a kid.
Let me stop you for a minute because a lot of people probably don't know what the Kabbalah is. Kabbalah is like the Jewish mysticism, right? It's the mysticism, which is really the truth. The mysticism was a deception put in by the devil, who said you can't read this stuff without being a mystic. And he condemned all future Kabbalists with this lie of saying this is mystic, nobody can understand it. Well, you couldn't understand it because the Kabbalah was written in code. The Zohar was written in code, and you could not explain the code until you're 40 years old in the Jewish belief system. Mm-hmm. So I was selected when I was 5 years old by my uncle, who was 70, and who told me
he's about to die, but why should he take all his secrets with him? You're a bright kid, I'll tell you what the secrets are. And he explained privately to me of all the secrets. Now, the intrigue that went on took me 75 years to interpret, because I knew the secrets, but I knew the secrets in words, and I didn't understand the interaction of what the secrets meant in present day Armageddon, what is known as the coming catastrophe at the end of the world. Now that was explained to me when I was 5 years old. Now
that's in the Kabbalah.
Excuse me?
That is in the Kabbalah too.
Yes.
It's a prediction of the end of the world in the Kabbalah.
Yes.
Is it that do they predict it around the same time, 2012, like they do the Mayans, like the Mayans do?
It's in code, and it's not predicted by a name, by a year, but the code tells you what it is, and the code tells you the year. If you know the code, and the code was revealed by the journalist from the New York Times. I have the book in my library. It's hard to think. It starts with a D. It's a famous author who predicted Rabin's assassination a year before he was assassinated, and there was a whole bunch of articles about the author. How can he predict the future? And he said he didn't want to predict the future. He read it and he interpreted the code by accident. And the author went a year before Rabin's association and said, the code says you're going to be assassinated next year. And he said he wouldn't even let Rabin talk to the Rabin wouldn't talk to the author of the book, and it's on my mind. I can't get it out, so I can look at my library if you hold a second.
Well, let me ask you something about the code itself. Is this a code in the Kabbalah, or is this a code from the Zohar?
The Zohar.
Okay, so in other words, the Kabbalah...
Which contains all the Kabbalah secrets.
Give the Library of Congress number out real quick where all the listeners can go in and start studying for themselves, Ed.
Okay, I've done that just before the show. I got the reference of all the
Give out the number where they can go to the Library of Congress of the U.S.
Government.
And
the ISN number, right.
ISBN. If you got a pencil, listeners, please take out your pencil and paper, and I'll give you a second to get ready for the number. It's long. It's 1-57189-071-8. And because I'm disabled, I know how tough it is. Tough it is. So here's the repeat of the number: 1-571-8. Now this is printed in Canada, first edition, and it's written by Dean Rav, R.A.V., which is a holy rabbi. Initials are S.T. Berg, B-E-R-G. Rabbi Berg is the way I know him, because I studied under him. And he made the first edition of the Zohar. And it says
the Zohar?
It's called the first ever edition of the Kabbalistic Daily Prayer Book.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the number is referred to. And it gives his complete credentials, where he's published by the press of Rabbi Yeshiva Kol Yehuda.
Now, I might add, Ed brought up something that's historical in saying that Rabin, the head of Israel, was going to be assassinated a year beforehand, and he's approached by a New York Times reporter. I might add that, Barry Shemish with the Israeli Press TV station over there wrote Return of the Giants, talking about the Nephilim bloodline, and Genesis 6. They've spotted giants again in the Jordan-Israel area, which has a hole to the center of the earth, and it gets more into the alien stuff. But Tom Hennigan had posted here just a couple of weeks ago on our internet site, on his, and I have it up on the breaking news page of StuWeb.com, about Netanyahu, the current head of Israel, was the one that assassinated Rabin, his boss. Like George Herbert Walker Bush assassinated and was involved with Gibson of the CIA in assassination of John F. Kennedy. So I think it's historical for people to go in and take a look at what was written in the Israeli press by this journalist, and also what Tom Hennigan has put out recently, because it's important and it deals with the facts that's going on right now, because we have, Netanyahu, if everybody remembers, about 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago, the President of the United States, this Bush crime family stooge, happened to get up and walk out of the state dinner while Netanyahu was there, after Netanyahu, who's trying to control the U.S., says that if you don't attack Iran, we're going to start doing terrorist attacks upon America.
And blaming Iran.
If you don't attack Iran, if the U.S. does not cooperate with Israel and attack Iran, put an end to Iran now, we're going to start doing terrorist attacks. Now, all of a sudden,
blame it on Iran.
We have a rouge going on with so-called patriotic militia types in Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana with arrests recently. Those were Israeli Mossad agents, along with FBI Division Number 5, the Ted Gunderson, Tim White stooges, all being orchestrated out of Denver, Colorado by one agent named Mark Hoslaw. So I just want to throw that in there for history's sake here, because we've got a problem.
It's great that you threw it in, because I know all of those people, and I know everything that Stu is saying is precisely true, and it goes on, and I could continue on that subject.
He's been infiltrated by the Ted Gunderson crowd also.
And Ted Gunderson has been infiltrated by me for at least 10 years. And I know everything Ted Gunderson is up to, and everything he wants to be up to, and everything he's pretending not to be up to. And there's so much on Ted Gunderson that there's volumes written by Stu Webb on the stuff that is published on the internet. But the government has really poisoned everybody's mind by letting him publish with no harm. And Stu has taken the forefront to publish all the dirt and all the gossip that is unreported by everybody else. But the government lets him do it and lets the public read it, and all they can say is everything Stu says is wrong. But I'm here, and I worked 55 years with the State Department and with the CIA, and I don't say that Stu Webb is wrong. I say Stu Webb is 100% right, and I'm saying it because at the risk of my life and the risk of my $17 trillion that I accumulated for the CIA under ruse that I was doing a patriotic act, and I had all my bonds stolen since 6 months ago. I had all my bonds stolen and had a legal case on the government pressing on me to keep me in court legally and drive me crazy with the attack of invisible men, which I helped construct. And they sent the agents against me daily while they were invisible and I was not. And to top it all off, after they stole my bonds, they came in my bedroom at 6 a.m. in the morning and made noise. And when I saw them, I had a machine with me, and the machine was the same machine that the Secretary of Defense had when he shined it on the invisible Israeli man. And the machine made the invisible man visible. And you could see he was an agent. He was an Israeli agent. And the Secretary of Defense called the police. He was in the war games room. And it was under the attack of Israel and Egypt. And they were fighting it out. And the invisible man was finding out the innermost secrets of the United States military plans. And the Secretary of Defense revealed the Israeli had the secret of invisibility because he made them invisible. But the thing was that the Secretary of Defense of the United States didn't have the invisibility secret. He was working on it with Israel. They were collaborating on invisibility under the effort that they had a CIA secret effort. But the Israelis discovered invisibility first because the aliens helped the Israel secret establishment to create invisibility of its soldiers first. And the Secretary of Defense penetrated the Israeli invisibility effort and said, "You son of a bitch, you're supposed to be helping us develop this invisibility. Instead, you developed it yourself." And as a result, the CIA was commanded to get the secret by back engineering, and they made the invisibility project at Fort Hood in North Carolina, and they made that prime effort, and they made invisibility after Israel invented invisibility. So the United States has invisibility manufactured at Fort Hood, and the first group of patriots that became invisible, the 105 graduates came out. They all knew how to become invisible with their secret. And there was a trial where the invisible Israeli agent was, I know all the names, I can't think of it. I am so angry, I'm so intense on revealing this for the first time in America, that they found his name to be, I know his name like the back of my hand, but the Israeli name, it slips my mind at the moment. I'll think of it before you sign off. It'll come to me because of having such pressure with it. But he arrested the agent, and arrested him and put him in prison, and put him in a secret prison, and said, "You go to prison for life and you don't come out." There's no such a crime, there's no such punishment in America. But the Israeli stayed there for 10 years, and then he told his mother, his wife, "He let me out. You can't do this in America." They're a democratic country. They believe in justice. So we want you to go to America and cry on everybody's shoulder, "Let me out." So the wife came and said, "Oh, my husband is so good, and he works for the Israeli government, and the Israeli government made 100 overtures to Secretary of Defense and said, please let him out. He's a loyal Israeli officer. And they said, no dice, because the Secretary of Defense said we lock him up forever. And they locked him up forever for treason and everything, because he violated the treaty they had with Israel. But Israel let him stay there, and he's there today. He went recently last year and said, please let me out. My children, my wife, they miss me. Oh, I'm a good guy, let me out. And the Secretary of Defense, who was no longer Secretary of Defense by this time, said, we're not letting you out. You can drop dead in your cell because you screwed us, and we had to make 105 replacements on a black project to make invisibility ourselves. And now Russians have invisibility, I have invisibility, the Israelis have invisibility, and anybody you want to give invisibility to has it also. So you upset the world going to Armageddon. That's why you are not coming out of jail. And they went such a violent Supreme Court decision to keep him in. And they kept him in. They never let him out. And everybody's crying for all the softies in America that are letting him out. But they won't let him out. And I think
he wouldn't be the first person interned by the United States government inside some dark, dank place where people don't know where he is and no
I've been
right
here
of habeas
10 and a
corpus.
half months, Springfield, Missouri, Siberia, USA. It exists, folks. 2,500 political prisoners at any given time, mainly federal agents who were trying to bust the Bush alien crime syndicate. Now, Professor, I want to ask you a question. Since you brought up the Secretary of Defense, who was your buddy? Cap Weinberger? Ed?
Yeah, now you're making me think. My tongue is turning to marbles.
Well, you know,
Now,
maybe we'll go on
a
a
glass
short
of water. We can give you a break in a minute. Let's talk about Cap Weinberger for a few minutes.
He was the Secretary of Defense, yes. Yes.
And he was a good close friend of yours, and Cap was definitely, should we say, Caspar Weinberger, who George Herbert Walker Bush gave a presidential pardon to over
Yes.
Iran-Contra, along
Yes.
with Colonel Ollie North, Fox
Yes.
News Network, the criminal Ollie North, one of the most treasonous punks in the world.
Yes.
Cap Weinberg was a good friend of yours. And
Yes.
Cap was dedicated at one time to America, even though he was Jewish. He was dedicated to America.
Hold it. Cap was born Jewish, but he converted to Presbyterian.
Okay, but he definitely was, should we say, at one time dedicated to America until he got the pressure from the Illuminati alien connection. Is that not true?
Yeah. He got sucked up in it like that. He got sucked up by little, and he unwittingly became a tool of the aliens as part of their 6,000-year program of getting the important people on their side. The aliens are masters of deception and masters of skillful role playing, because they were founded by Satan, who was the archangel of God.
They were all cast out of heaven. The aliens,
Jehovah,
the angels, were cast out of heaven. That are down here on the planet doing all this dirty deeds right now, giving humans all this technology, making them think that it's their technology.
Attaboy.
Just like you, they handed you technology on how to put a rocket on the moon, right?
Right. They told me that the rocket was built already. That was the Saturn rocket. It was giant, the most giant rocket that we have. It was the 3-stage rocket that was built and ready to go, and it didn't have any equipment to make it land on the moon. They say, how are we going to let it land on the moon and not break up? They said, we haven't solved that problem. So they came to me and they said, we heard from the aliens, we heard from Casper Weinberger that you're very smart and you could build a machine that'll land us on the moon without breaking up. And I said, I could do it. I didn't know how I could do it, but I could do it because I felt the faith that I could do it. And the faith was misdirected by God, who said, well, if he wants to say he could do it, he could do it. Because God could do anything. And I went into the project that I could do it. But there was an open bid. And the California Associates also got a bid to build it. There was 2 bids, and they let me build it after evaluating that I could do it. And the only reason I could do it was I made a whole bunch of inventions that worked. And they said, if this guy says he could do it, he could do it. And California Associates, they're just saying they can do it, but they can't do it like reality can do it. So they gave me the contract to produce a machine that will guide the lunar excursion module to land on the moon by working a shut-off system that approached the moon and would shut off the engine that was keeping it from crashing. They would shut off the engine exactly when it was at the surface, like 3 feet above the surface. And they would shut the engine off and it would drop less than 3 feet to the ground and not break up. Now, how could you design a thing like that in 6 months? I said, it's simple. So I designed it in 3 months, and we had it tested 5 times, and it worked. And Grumman tested it, and the thing that was impossible, that nobody could build on it, was when it was on the way down, it was working, so it had to sense the ground by radar. And you had to shoot the radar through a radome, which was the plastic cover. Now, the radomes in the United States melted when they were over 900 Fahrenheit. So there was nothing greater than 900 Fahrenheit. Now, the rocket on the moon landing was 2,000 exhaust, 2,000 blast of flame. And the rocket had to shoot through the flame. The radar had to shoot through the flame to see how far away the ground was when it was landing. So they needed a radome that would withstand 200 Fahrenheit. But there was no radome that exceeded 900 Fahrenheit. So I designed a radome in 3 months that was put on this radar set and fit right into the tail end of the lunar excursion module. And it worked. And it was tested 5 times and put on the original lunar excursion module, and it landed successfully. In 3 months after the contract was led, it was built and working, and it was on the moon. It was made of aluminum chromium phosphate. Nobody had made anything like that, but I had made this because we were working on a ceramic research project to make high temperature radomes, and I invented it quickly and with no cost other than the $20 million that was passed on to our company to produce it. But it wasn't a big production job. It was an adaptation of work that I had already been doing. But the point I want to make, that I thought that I built this thing for the defense of the United States. It was only 20 years later that I realized it didn't land using my invention. The aliens had made a different propulsion system that didn't use rockets to reduce the velocity as it approached the moon. They used a microwave system to produce the landing, and they weren't using my invention at all. In fact, all the resistance of temperature on my invention probably was falsified by Grumman, because they never made any ceramic device that withstood that temperature. But they gave me the first prototype, and I took it home. And my wife, who was part of the alien establishment, stole it. And I said, "What happened to the radome I had?" She said, "What? That was just a 6-inch device, and we didn't even know what it was. It looked like a grapefruit that you had for dessert. We thought it was a joke. You brought it home. We threw it away." So there was no physical remnant of activity. Everybody was deceived, and I never realized the deception until I went to a safe house to get away from the murders and the assassinations of every one of my colleagues, and I found they showed a movie of the first landing on the moon that was produced by the CIA, and it showed a flameless landing and a flameless takeoff of the lunar excursion module. So how could you have a radome? You didn't need a radome. It was a flameless machine that took off from the moon, and that was never told to anybody. And it just happened to glance the news recap that was showing how we did it 30 years ago or 50 years ago. They did it. They had a new device of an anti-gravity machine installed on the lunar excursion module way before my invention was even proposed. They had the answer before they paid $20 million for the solution. That was a fake. The deception was that I was supposed to be the smart guy that made it. But I was smart, but I didn't make what they thought I was making. I was making nothing. So that I was making a joke on myself, and I never knew it. I even went to NASA and asked questions about that, and they said, you did good. Don't talk about it anymore. And they shut me down from asking further questions, which got me even more mad. But when I'm intelligent and I'm asking questions, I want an answer. And if I get a negative answer, that you get no answer, and if you get answers, you're going to get hurt. You just talk about it, so keep quiet. When that started coming, I said, I'm on the list of being bad guy. I turned out to be a good guy, and I'm being taught to be a bad guy. And then instead of being a commended rocket scientist and teaching at NYU, they said, what do you think? He made a stupid remark. What do you think? This doesn't take rocket science to make this invention. So the phrase you don't have to be a rocket scientist became common in the vocabulary of the language. And the big joke was, this is a simple device, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to make it. Everybody was saying it for every kind of invention. And I took that as a complete insult to my intelligence. And I couldn't tell anybody. They were making a joke about me. They made me convinced that I made the device that landed the lunar excursion module, when actually the lunar excursion module took off 50 years later in a movie on television, which did not use flame to propel the lunar excursion module, and that was the example that they mistakenly aired. And I saw that aired 3 times on different channels. So they purposely tried to indoctrinate the whole country with a different kind of machine, which was the actual machine that they used. So I'm telling you, the machines went to very high deception.
Okay, so what we have, Ed, I think you've given a good explanation. What you have is, all the time, you've got the alien technology running consistently before you, as a U.S. scientist, one of the top in the world, at Area 51. You're developing stuff. They're asking you to develop it, and then the alien technology, which is the fallen angels, the devil, and his little crew here on Earth that was cast out of heaven, is actually inventing this stuff before you even invent it, and the U.S. government, J-12, is using it, which is the Illuminati.
Exactly. They already have the device. They're ready to go. Now they're using the Hadron injector, where they're knocking two protons at each other.
This H1 you're talking about the super collider in Switzerland.
Yep.
Currently.
Yep.
That they've been able to reach in. I know people in certain agencies that say that they've been able to reach into galaxies we've never even known, and that looked into the future.
Yep.
And through the super collider, the Tesla technology and other things, and they see all the planets lining up in a big cross like Jesus Christ was crucified on the year 2012 on December the 22nd.
Yep.
And the super collider, go ahead and explain what you were just saying.
Well, the experiment was conducted at the last day that you and I spoke on this program with Chris, and we said they're going to postpone this final test. And I thought they would postpone because you said it and you're never wrong. And Chris said, oh, all right, you said it. They're going to postpone it. And we were talking at about 8 p.m. We were talking about 8 p.m. to each other. At 4:30 a.m. the next morning, they performed the experiment after they had told the world they're not going to perform that experiment because they're going to cancel it because of problems in setting up the experiment. They're going to cancel it. And we all went to sleep and we said, let's cancel it. So I was taking a shower at 4:30 a.m. the next morning of our last show, and I didn't hear them saying that they performed the experiment. But the next day, I met a friend who was tuned into the problem that we're having tonight at the radio show, and he said, did you hear that they actually performed the experiment in Switzerland? And I said, they performed it. I thought they said they were not going to perform it. And he told me, no, they performed it. And they took millions of photographs of the event. And I said, holy mackerel, they took millions of photographs. Why do they need so many photographs? They said because they're blasting neutrons and they were able to blast the DNA of human DNA. I said, oh, if they're blasting the human DNA and they're taking photographs, they're taking the decay products of the blast of one photon, one proton hits another proton and explodes the smaller protons, and the smaller protons explode to smaller protons, and you get millions of particles. And if you photograph each particle, you get a signature of what took place. If you have an exact signature, you can take electrons and you can build them into a replica of the explosion. And if you can build a replica of the explosion, they're all electronic. Now the next step is the electronic replica is the replica of what happened. Now, if you can reverse the electronic signature and reverse time by running the film backwards, you get a reproduction of particles uniting to form a proton. This is a way of understanding the actual demilitarization of the explosion. It's like seeing a soda bottle explode by pressure and then running the film backwards, and you see all the pieces become a real soda bottle in a movie. Well, you can take a human and blast him and get the particles photographed, and then create a movie to run backwards, and you'll have all the electrons form a human. I mean, I could see immediately what's going on with the experiment. Nobody understands this, that they can reverse engineer the machine to a reverse movie and get the initial object of the movie. So I saw immediately that they're going to deconstruct a human by a movie and get a human by running the film backwards and making another human, starting with electronic duplicity. Duponic, I can't even, I'm so excited to discuss this, I can't even speak properly, but I understand it.
Okay, so in simple layman terms, like me being a layman, Chris, are you still there?
I'm still here. I'm a layman.
Okay, layman terms, we're talking about Star Wars.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Beam me up, Scotty. So now they've gone to that technology to where that they can transfer human beings from here. They can beam me up to Mars. They can beam me up to the moon. They could beam me up to wherever they want to, basically.
Well, there's two independent problems. After they reconstruct you electronically, they beam you up. They beam you up by microwave, like they did in the Philadelphia experiment. They beam you up by a microwave.
Okay, the Philadelphia experiment. Anybody listening can go to Blockbuster Video, the video stores, look on the internet, the Philadelphia experiment, where the government took Tesla technology and made a ship, 3 ships, invisible. Al Bielek, look Al Bielek up on the internet. He was one of the ones that was on the Philadelphia experiment. I've met with him personally, done speeches at events where he's done, etc. You know Al. You've talked to him.
Yep.
Okay?
And he told me a lot of stuff that nobody else has been told.
Yes, and he's told me things. But the thing is he was zapped into 1984 in the Philadelphia experiment. And they had to cut the arms and legs off of many men and so forth that were in the experiment in I think it was 47 or 48, the Philadelphia. So
42.
this was 42 it was?
Okay. 43, right in there.
Okay, go ahead, Ed. Now,
they cut their legs off because they were beaten into metal parts of the ship. They were translated into the ship so they were captured by the ship, so they had to cut them loose. So they cut their arms off, let the arms stay in the ship, and then they took them to the hospital. And the people went crazy because the victims had their arms and legs cut off. And all of this is well known. But Al Bielek actually got into the experiment and was transported to other planets. He was transported to the home of Draco. Draco was a lieutenant for the fallen angels. He got into the star called Draco. There is a star near the North Pole that's called Draco in the star catalog. There's 5,000 stars, and when they started the star catalog, you had to join, and they assigned a star to your name, and they assigned Draco to my name. If you look at the star catalog, which is published in Switzerland, my name is in the star catalog assigned to Draco, and the right ascension and the left ascension of the star is named in the certificate I got from the star catalog. Now, I mentioned this star catalog because people say, what has this got to do with anything? Well, I'm named with star catalog, and Al Bielek went to the planet that had Draco as its leader and met with Draco, and he was sent there because Draco commanded the Philadelphia experiment to send him there and kill him. Draco wanted to kill him, and when Al Bielek got to Draco and met Draco, it was an 8-foot-tall giant with human attributes, with long fingers, and he had 6 wings on his back. Now, wings in the Bible are not angels.
I don't mean to interrupt you here, but we are out of time on this show, so we are going to have to.
Chris, is there any way extending this for a reason? Maybe about 15 more minutes.
I think
possibly.
Maybe about 15 is about all all we can do.
Okay, go ahead, Ed, and then I want to get into 2 other subjects at least.
I just want to say that any entity with 6 wings is not an angel. He's an archangel. An entity with 6 wings is a weird person. That's a weird entity, which is an archangel, which is the creature that chased away anybody from the tree of knowledge in the Bible.
Okay, now, Ed, you're aware of things with the fallen angels, the aliens, because you worked with them. Now, I have a question for you. Straight up. You're familiar with the fact there are these angels, these fallen ones from heaven. For those Christians, various ones out there that in the Jewish faith and so forth, throughout the Bible about, okay. George Herbert Walker Bush jumps out of an airplane every 5 years and has since he was 70 years of age. He's 80. He's jumped out twice now. Could it be, I ask you the question, could it be that he's missing his wings and he gets his enjoyment? Is it he gets a real good orgasm, should we say, off of jumping out of an airplane attached to a parachuter? Because the fallen angel's missing his wings?
I would get an orgasm if I jumped out of an airplane. I'm 75. I don't have to be an alien. I would have an orgasm if I jumped out at age 75 out of an airplane. So,
okay, but if you're a fallen angel like George Herbert Walker Bush, is he a fallen angel? Yay or nay? In your opinion?
Yay, my opinion. Yay.
Yay. Yes. Henry Kissinger. Yes.
Yay. Yay twice, because I could talk about him for at least an
David
hour.
Rockefeller, yay.
I could talk about him for 2 hours.
Well,
Miles,
good. We're gonna have another show, and we're gonna talk all about these people.
Okay, we talked about this Saturday night, Chris, about the Illuminati bankers, the 100 fallen angels.
Mm-hmm. I include Roosevelt in that because the first act of 1933, when he was elected, was to eliminate gold as money in the United States of America. And I just had to sign a lease from a federally controlled retirement home which says you cannot send paper money to pay for your rent. You have to send a money order. So what they're doing to rent payers is they're giving rent payers a stipend to live off Social Security, but you have to send a special document, not the money itself, but a document like money order to pay the bank who's collecting your rent. So it could be that the price of the money order is not 50 cents any longer. It raises itself to $1, $2, $4, $8, and because the country's running out of money, they got to charge $100, and then they charge more money to send the rent than the rent cost.
Okay,
and then you get evicted from where you are, and you say, wait, you can't evict me. I'm paying the rent. No, we only take the rent when it's paid by money order, but your money order costs more than the rent. Well, that's not my fault. That's the inflation that you have. You're evicted. Then they send the cops after you and they evict you. So every loyal person who's retired under government stipend, which is fixed income, gets evicted. They send the bus and they take you someplace, but you're evicted. They take you to a cave, a room, and you never come out. That's where they get rid of all the old people in America.
That's how they're going to get rid of what? George Herbert Walker Bush, the fallen angel. The fallen angel, George Herbert Walker Bush, which means George W., this former occupunk, cocaine stork, homosexual in the closet, nation-wrecking, treasury embezzler, son, a Nephilim bloodline, and his mother, the fifth-degree Southwest witch of the United States. This fallen angel piece of crap, this is their plan. They call us budsters, the broke, the useless, and depressed. To coin the phrase for the edification of the listeners, George Herbert Walker Bush told many Iran-Contra players, shadow government types that are friends of mine, I've developed friendships over the years with, the bud people, the broke, the useless, and the depressed, the American people, as long as, quote unquote, as long as we keep enough food on their table, a roof over their head, a car in their driveway, gasoline in their gas tank to get to and from work, which we will own the place of employments that they work at, we can keep the budsters at bay. Is that about the summary of it, Ed?
100% true.
Okay, now I got a couple more quick questions. The unattainable, the polling, top secret. You would never reveal that to me. I threw it at your face many times in Las Vegas, personally.
I know.
The unattainable, element 118 on the chart that doesn't exist. They made the flying saucers out of it. You developed the flying saucers with your colleagues, isn't that correct, Ed?
Yeah.
For the aliens, for the United States government, the J-12.
There's only 3 places on Earth that has the naturally occurring element 118.
One of them comes out of Wyoming, out of the gushers, does it not?
That's true.
The deep wells of the planet is where you get the polonium 118. Top secret stuff.
Unobtainium. You get unobtainium.
unattainable. 118 on the element chart that doesn't exist. Now, we have robotoids, robots that look human, that's integrated with skin. It actually looks human except for its eyes. They're all black. These robots that DuPont made in the late 1980s with a grant from the government, contract from the government, that George Herbert Walker Bush, the fallen angel, sold that high technology to the Chinese, which is super high treason, developed now over 2 million of these robots. Some of them parked in the United States in containers, shipping containers, which the Chinese could activate with a satellite. They're called Element 115 Napoleon. Is that not correct?
Not exactly. You can activate it with 115, but it's not called Napoleon.
No, I'm talking about, it's called Mu Metal. I'm sorry, MU Metal. Mu Metal 115. Isn't that correct?
Thank you. I just didn't want to let you put out a lot of incorrect information because we're screaming at the top of the lungs the last 15 minutes.
I'm bringing it up because we're dealing with super high-tech weaponry that's going to be used against the people of the world. Against the people of the world soon.
Principally the United States, because they'll have 197 countries outside the United States laughing at us when war starts.
When war starts. Now, we have these according to sources of mine, not you, but sources of mine. And I know the Mu Metal and I know the Napoleon from sources of mine, not you, but we've had a lot of talks face to face. I've shocked you. I've done other things, and you've looked at me like I'm some kind of secret federal agent to infiltrate you at times before we became friends and so forth. In Las Vegas, clear back in the years of 99, 2000, 2001, 2000, 2002. Now, I've known you for many years, but I've thrown things at you from sources that I've gained over the years and the trust, many, many people that don't want this stuff going on, want to put a stop to it, high-level government officials that want this stuff stopped. It's out of control. And they know the agenda, the destruction of the planet, that it's demonic, it's the devil, it's the fallen angels, and they're out here to kill everybody on the planet. Would you say that that's pretty much true?
That's 100% true.
Okay, now, because they're after what the Bible says, they're after our souls. Satan knows his time's short. You have met with, and I remember talking and discussing with you various things in secret. Tonight we're going to throw one out. You made the flying saucers, Napoleon 118. With your other science.
Unobtainium, not Napoleon.
I call it Napoleon. You call it unattainable. It's element number 118 on the element chart that doesn't exist.
That's top secret, and you're not supposed to reveal it to anybody under pain of death. You just revealed it, and I just revealed it, and we're marked by the CIA to be assassinated right now. So you really blew your cover, and you blew my cover.
We're on radio. My attitude is we have human life on the planet. We're dealing with the most evil of evil. Satan and his angels.
I don't care if I'm eliminated, because God knows we're going to eliminate at least 2 witnesses. That's you and me. But 3.5 days after we're eliminated.
Stop there, Ed. Stop there. Now, let's go a little further. Stop there for a second. This situation, you have been and took to a pyramid in Mexico.
Yes.
When you invented the flying saucer, a loaf of bread metal, the size of a loaf of bread, a chunk of metal, and you met with, in behalf of the United States government, as a scientist from Area 51. and you met with, under the orders of the United States government, which is controlled by the J-12, which is above the President of the United States, the Illuminati, which is the Council of 13, the 100 Templar bankers, the 100 Illuminati bankers, the J-12 they call themselves.
MJ-12.
MJ-12. You met with a 7-foot or 8-foot tall creature.
I photographed it.
Pardon me?
I photographed the meeting.
Okay. You met with him. And you took this on behalf of the government. After you developed this at Area 51, you took this chunk of metal in the size of a loaf of bread down there, delivered it, and he told you to walk out 40 yards and set the thing out there and to come back. And you did that. And then suddenly it turned into a flying saucer. And you asked the question, how did you do that? And then it goes back to a loaf of bread, a chunk of metal sitting out in the field from the pyramid. And he says, what to you? Think it into what?
Well, you're reconditioning my brain. The way they built the flying saucers, the aliens built it by spreading out element 118 as a pancake on the ground, and they imagine what the electronics have to be based on your DNA, and your DNA controls the internal workings of the loaf of bread into a flying saucer.
You actually thought it into a flying saucer as this creature, this fallen angel, told you to think it into, didn't you?
Not exactly. The creature told me how to steer it if it is created into a UFO. I said, how do you steer that? He took me to the apex of the pyramid, and he said, imagine you're sitting at the controls, put your hands on the controls. So I put my hands straight ahead on the controls. He says, when you have this machine built and you want to go right, you turn your hand like you're holding a steering wheel, and you turn it right, and it'll go right. Now, it didn't go right on the pyramid. He was just testing me. He said, well, we don't have to have an actual UFO. You just have to pretend there's a UFO. I said, okay, I'm pretending. He said, when you go right, it goes right. Okay. He said, now if you go left, it goes left. Okay. He says, yeah, you can do this as long as we tell you to turn. He says, you're right. I can do that. He says, now you look straight ahead. It was at night. He says, if you see a star you like and you want to go for it, you steer your machine to the star. And I said, okay. So I'm steering the machine to the star, which is a real star in a real sky. And you say you don't have to steer. You go straight. You leave your hands alone, and you press forward, and that's the way you get to the star. Now, you see another star, you head to another star, and you don't need a map. You just have to know the general picture catalog of the stars. So you look up and you say, there's a Big Dipper. So you want to go to the first Big Dipper, you just steer to the first Big Dipper. Then you want to go to the second star, you go there. Then you know which you're going in a mental map of the Big Dipper over the earth. So you know you're going up or down or sideways, and you don't need a lot of coordination being specially adapted to your senses, because people lose direction when they're upside down or when they're going high dive. You lose. You don't have that loss of feeling when you're doing it mentally. The answer is the question is that you can maneuver it because you created the UFO out of your own DNA, and this is exactly what they're doing in Geneva at the experiments with
the super collider.
Super collider.
And we also have a super collider in Texas they claim was shut down, but is not. It's still active, and they're doing active things down in Tyler, Texas, at the super collider there.
Well, I'm saying there's not much time between now and 2012 before people look around and they say, "What's going on here? Wait a minute, slow down. You're going too fast. You're making me pull down my pants before I know what I'm doing." And this government is making you pull down your pants, taking away your money, putting you in jail, and arresting you before you knew what the hell happened.
Okay,
and
now, Ed, question.
We're out of time here, Stu.
Okay,
so
real quick, 2 more questions. What is the problem?
We're out of time, and the board's going to close. So ask one more question, and then we got to sign off.
Okay. What's the problem with the United States Congress and Senate and the President? Are they compromised?
They're all aliens. They're descendants from aliens. If they're compromised, they're threatened with death, which is the big fear of all politicians.
So what's the solution? An intimate to the United States and constitutional implementation?
No, the Constitution says that if you're overtaken by a dictatorship, you've got to make a peaceful solution of reclaiming the government peacefully, and you can do that by ignoring the aliens and peacefully readjusting the original Constitution to be enforced again. You don't have to change anything because it's already written. You just have to obey it and believe in it. And believe it.
Okay, well, Ed,
Chris,
I want to thank you for coming on again tonight, and we probably would like to have you back on again if you would.
To be continued.
Yeah, we should be continued. I'd love to talk to you more about
if we're living and breathing, Chris.
Yeah, well, I know how tough things are, and I know how tough we are, and we're out here trying to alert the general public as to what the truth is. We
will survive.
I've said it peacefully and quietly for 2 sessions. The third session, I'll lose my temper because it's coming closer. And
okay, well, now that the volcano's starting to bubble, the next show will be even more revealing. With that, I want to thank you again, gentlemen, for coming on to the show tonight. We are out of time. We're going to close out. This is Freedom Fighters for America World Radio at www.freedomfightersforamerica.com and .us. We had on with us tonight Ed Slade and Stu Webb, and they will be back on very soon. Please check for the announcements on that. Next show is Saturday night, Take Back America series at 9 p.m. Thank you for tuning in, and have a pleasant evening or day. And gentlemen, welcome to Freedom Fighters for America World Radio. Stu, it's a pleasure to have you back on, and Ed, it's a pleasure to have you back on.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, Chris. It's much appreciated. But I'm going to sit in the background tonight, and we're just going to let you rock and roll with Ed here for a while, and maybe I'll join in from time to time. How's that?
Okay, well, that's always a plus. Ed?
Yes?
How you doing, sir? It's good to speak. Nice speaking to you again.
I'm vertical.
Good. Well, the last time we spoke, we were speaking about some of the Project Paperclip scientists, and we spoke of Nikolai Tesla. We spoke of Werner von Braun. Some of the scientists that were brought over in the 40s, late 40s, under the CIA Project Paperclip, and we have batted this back and forth with the New World Order and what their plans were. And we also touched on something that I'd really like to discuss tonight was the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk experiment. Could you tell us a little bit about the Philadelphia experiment and what you came across with it?
Well, my memory of the Philadelphia experiment was in 1969. I was appointed to test a 20 millimeter .20 caliber bullet that was testing at Colt Firearms in Hartford, Connecticut. So we went to the site of the research of the Philadelphia experiment.
And
we
where
went
was
out,
that? And where was that? Was it Philadelphia?
Montauk Point in the tip of Long Island.
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's the eastern tip of Long Island.
Right.
And we drove up there to test a 20 millimeter, I'm trying to think what it was, a 20 caliber gun that we developed in Colt Firearms.
Uh-huh.
So we were brought there incidentally. And that's my first contact with Montauk.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, I mean, Colt has obviously they manufacture in Connecticut. Why would they bring you to Montauk, Long Island? I know there were military bases, and they did experiments, and probably may even still do out in Montauk, Long Island.
Because we wanted the site to fire the gun into the water, into the ocean, which
mm-hmm.
you can shoot it all the way to London without hitting anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So it was open water, and we went there to test the weapon.
So was this a stationary weapon, something that was, it's not hand fired, right?
No, it's too big to hand fire.
Right.
So we had it on a mount that
mm-hmm.
I helped design and build.
Mm-hmm.
And we built this under a $40 million contract to build the unit. So we mounted the unit on a boat that we owned. So it was jerry-rigged to hold the unit, and it was a lightweight unit. So we were testing it for integrity of the firing system.
Now, getting back to the Philadelphia experiment, now you said that the Philadelphia experiment was conducted in Montauk or up in Montauk, Long Island, in New York.
In the Philadelphia experiment, they had a research team to do outer space experiments, and I was there and found from the grapevine that they were located in that vicinity. So my initial intelligence was verbal by residents who knew something was going on there, and I looked into it when I returned to Colt Firearms in Hartford, and I studied the history of Montauk. And you can look it up in the internet, and you could find that Montauk was developed in the time of George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And
well,
he
being formerly from there, I have a little bit of idea about what Montauk is. Now, I just out of curiosity, now the Philadelphia experiment itself took place. Obviously, they had to do research and development on this, but when they tested it, it was done on a military vessel, correct?
Yes, it was done on a vessel that we had sold to Greece, the country of Greece, and they returned that vessel to the United States to conduct experiments on after it was decommissioned in Greece. So the history of that vessel wound up in Philadelphia after the transfer from George Washington to Montauk to the research of Philadelphia after it went to Greece.
Now, there's been a series, Ed, there's been a series of books written called the Montauk Series of Projects.
Yes, the first one was was written by Al Bielek. And I had 5 copies of that book in my library, and one by one, they were all borrowed by friends who were interested. And I said, well, I've been there. And after they took all 5 of the copies, I didn't have a copy, so I called Al Bielek, and we discussed it, and he told me so much more information that he said he's out of books to hand out because he's given them all away. I said,
well, let's get to some of the details, if we can, about this now.
Okay, now Al Bielek, real quick for the edification listeners, Al Bielek was one of the sailors on the Philadelphia experiment and project, and people can get that videotape. It's probably up on YouTube or someplace, but it was being distributed and rented out at some of the, not pushing a name brand, but Blockbuster video type stores.
Mm-hmm.
So the video stores in America have it.
That's what Al Bielek told me. He said, I don't have any, but you can get it anywhere in a video store. I went to my video store and I couldn't get any additional copies, so I was kind of missed. Everybody wants the good, exciting, latest information. So I researched all I could from Al Bielek. He told me all the necessary information that I would need to discuss what went on in the experiment.
So you've had the private talks with Al Bielek like I have in Denver.
Yes,
I've had him in Denver with him. But the deal is Ed, basically the Philadelphia experiment was space-time. It was transferring, making invisible a vessel. Wasn't that correct?
Yes.
And was it in the agreement? You were, for the edification listeners too, for a minute, maybe they haven't heard this before, we'll hear this one broadcast. You're a U.S. scientist at Area 51, but you were under the CIA cover of Cold Arms. And you traveled all the world, met with leaders of state, queen, kings, the whole bit. And you've met with fallen angels, but now you know them as reptilian form, were the aliens that you had met that can take into human form. And you've met with these. You worked with them. You worked on projects. You were ready for the Apollo project, the Luna.
I've spoken with all of the key people in each project. And if you want to know how I penetrated each project, it's very enlightening because my first assignment with the government was an engineer in the Dahlgren Proving Grounds in Virginia, and I was assigned under confidential clearance back in the second year of college. It was my first major assignment with the government. And the thing that was interesting, the government assigned me after the summer of 60, after the summer of 67, it's hard to remember the actual date, but it was my second year of college when I was in Cooper Union that I joined the government on a confidential project, which was to build 20 millimeter weapons filled with liquid ammunition instead of solid ammunition. And I was doing the chemistry of a liquid propellant for 20 caliber ammunition. That was my first assignment. I repeated the assignment my third year in college, and I met a lot of government people under confidential clearance. When I graduated Cooper Union, New York, I was approached by the secret CIA that said they would like to hire me because of my background in weapons. I said, fine. So they took me out to California and told me how important it was to keep the inventiveness of America in the forefront so we can have the best weapons at all times. And I thought that was a great goal, and I wanted to join the CIA immediately. And they said, well, we have to give you a secret clearance. And I said, fine. So I filled out the papers for secret clearance, and they had to verify that my parents were also not knowledgeable in this country. Well, I had my mother's birth certificate of me and all the required documents to the CIA, but they had a question, and they said, where's your father's birth certificate? And I said, he doesn't have one. He said, well, where was he born? I said, in the Lower East Side. And they made me produce old mail that I had addressed to him, and then they searched the records of the health department, and they couldn't find a registered birth certificate. Well, I said, I wasn't there when my father was born, but I was there when my mother was born, and she has a birth certificate. So they took about 2 weeks to figure out what the nationality of my father was. And I said, he's American because he's got so many papers and documents to approve that. So after 2 weeks, they checked the Commerce Department and could not find my mother's birth certificate. So they said, but we'll make you secret anyway because we want your talent. So I said, fine. So I signed up on the CIA, and then they casually told me, we don't confirm or deny that you're one of us. We want to keep everything secret. I said, good. I'll be secret, but I love the weapons you're shooting, and I can improve on all of them. So they said, okay, you're hired. So I hired into Marquardt Aircraft Company, which was my first commercial assignment, and I was approved by the CIA to work in Marquardt. And at that time, they were building ramjet engines, which are very difficult to understand because the ramjet is a tube that flies, and at that time it was flying at 2.2 Mach number. And I said, well, we can make it go faster. So they put me on the assignment to make it go faster. And I made the first Mach 4 flight in America. At that time, everybody was interested in speed, and they had broken the sound barrier. And they said, well, we went to Mach 1. Yippee, let's go to Mach 2. They did that. Back in 1922, it was already accomplished in 1922. But nobody went beyond 2 when it went to military production. So it was interesting that I was on the assignment to go to Mach 5.
What year was it? What year was it that you got hired in the CIA? When did you? When you were? Full time or whatever here.
It was 19. It was a year after I graduated.
Yeah, I know you're having trouble remembering years.
Yeah, they're a little confusing, but it's all on record.
But over the years, you are credited for the lunar project landed on the moon.
Yes.
Help getting it there, yes.
Well, I was credited, but secretly credited because I was I was indoctrinated into secret CIA papers. Now, in that regard, my identity was Edwin Slade, and I was secret. But in the excitement of being hired, in my bibliography, I put down in my last reference of talent, I just said cleared for secret. I thought that was a normal thing. So I did it by accident, and I wasn't told to do it, but I did it out of pride of being secret in the CIA. And when my bosses looked at it, they said, "You did a stupid thing. You just told the world your secret. That's the secret you have to keep. You didn't tell me to keep it, my identity so secret." So they said, "Well, you remember signing that the papers that you signed?" "Yeah, I signed whatever you gave me. I'm secret." So at that time, they didn't make a fuss. But then they turned around and they said, "Look, if you're secret, well, please keep it a secret from now on." I says, "I'll do my best." So
but it's not much of a secret. You decided to come public to warn the world about what's going on.
So here's what happened. I was sent on many assignments, and they said, "Remember, we can't give you any papers. We can't confirm or deny you are one of us. So if you have any papers that say secret, you can't use them." So I just went around the world, and my assignment from a commercial company was, "Hey, we want to find this fact. Can you find out where the enemy has a missile pointing at us?" Well, the war was over, and they had gone through the German World War II episode, and I was very much interested by reading the accounts in the literature. But when this happened, it was peacetime, and they said, "Well, we have a special assignment. We want you to go X around the world and find this person, but you can keep your Mach 5 development project alive. You're the head of that project. But keep it alive, and we want you to find out any missile that's pointing at the United States." And at that time, the Bombark missile was an air breather. The Bombark Mach 2 missile was defending the United States at the cost of $750 million a year. So they wanted to improve that defense, at the same time anticipate any further attack. So my job was to go overseas and find what attack was imminent. Well, to make a long story short, I encountered a missile directed at the United States. And they said, what city is it? I gave them the city. And they said, "What missile was it?" And I gave them the missile number. And they said, "Well, that's very good, but don't say anything. It's a secret." And I felt so enthusiastic. I saw all the James Bond movies and filled in what I did in the movie. It was exciting to watch because I never went for science thrillers because I always thought they were distorted. Well, this was distorted because every movie dealt with missiles, and I was put on a super secret missile to find one. And the interesting part of my assignment was I met somebody important in a high level, and I said, "Oh, you can tell me because I'm secret." So they said, "Wait out here." And they checked Washington, and they couldn't find any papers in Washington that I was secret. but I had already been cleared for secret. But then I put a silly thing on my resume that I'm cleared for secret. But they say you're not a
I don't
secret.
mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh here, but
Okay, we know your background now, Ed. Now let's talk space time tonight. Montauk,
Okay.
Philadelphia. Let's stay on course here and really lay it out for the public, because they don't hear from U.S. scientists, because you're the only one living among those 7 at that time. Isn't that correct? The rest were killed all 6 months.
I'm the last man standing because I've been in the Secret Service from the time I was a second semester in college.
Okay,
And
now
I made the mistake of saying I'm secret, and I published it in a biography of scientists in the United States, and everybody said, "You're not a secret scientist." And I said, "All right, so I'm not a secret scientist. I'm sorry, I was confidential." So they said, "Oh, okay, well, we have a secret, and we just check your secret. We want to ask you a secret. Do you know this or that?" "No, I don't know that. That's what you know. I don't know it." They said, "Oh, good. Then he's not secret." So I went under the cover of not being secret to anybody, but they were telling me secrets. And I had to show that I was a secret, so I told them an old secret that they should have known by now. And they said, "Oh, we don't know that secret." So I was well on my way to being a super spy with credentials. They said, "Well, he doesn't know anything, but he knows our secret, an old secret. And, well, we don't mind asking you, what secret do you know?" So I told him a rather newer secret. It's also open. If anybody was in the secret business, they would know it. And I said, "Oh, well, we have this secret." So it got so exciting that all these heads of the military were questioning me. And I was enthusiastic about what I knew, and I would never tell a real secret to the enemy.
Okay, now stop right there. Let's go straight to Montauk. We understand your history, and you're reliving the 007 days of that Russia deal of finding those weapons. Montauk, where people disappear. You're familiar with the alien agreement because you worked there, and that 1954 to 2012 agreement with the United States and other governments, and they promised Eisenhower what?
Well, they approached Eisenhower, and they told him, we want to do this and that, and we want to give you technology in exchange.
And they wanted bodies, is what they wanted. Isn't that right?
That's what they wanted. That was the secret agreement to Eisenhower. Now, I don't want to reveal.
Well, they get about 1 million bodies a year out of the United States. People disappear and they're gone. The records are gone. So they feed the aliens, which are the fallen angels. They feed them humans for experiments or whatever. Eat them or whatever they're doing with them.
But that was a subject I was engaged in on the secret cover. And all the people interested in Montauk, in anything extraterrestrial, came to me. They said, "You've been everywhere. I've been to every state in the Union, and I've been to many countries, nearly everyone in Russia, and everyone in Europe, and inquired to knowledge, and it seemed to get around. My unsecret clearance got around faster than my secret clearance because the CIA denied any connection."
Yeah, so you stole everything. I mean, you were every place, all over the board, in all these projects. Now,
and everything I told the CIA, they said, great, go, because let's get some more.
Right, because you've been a scientist, a brainchild. Now, Ed, let's stay focused here for a little while, because people want to hear, and Chris wants to get into, we want to get into invisibility. Now, Eisenhower was promised this, and this was basically Tesla technology, which is the anti-gravity or free energy machine, two magnetic fields going against one another, and free energy and anti-gravity and also space-time. And that's what he came across, and that's what they making their black holes and being able to go in what Montauk was. Series of projects where they would kidnap kids and super high kids and had the certain bloodlines. Barbara Hartwell was part of the project. You can look her up on the internet, folks. And, she was forced into space-time, but when she was in her mother's fetus, she was injected with alien bloodline, which is the fallen angels making humans. And they got a whole tribe down in Spain, these people that they take the blood out of all the time. Now, Ed, you're familiar with a lot of this stuff. I'm kind of giving a refresher course to your memory. Okay.
You say it so quickly, I can't dispute anything from my knowledge, from my personal knowledge.
Okay, so you know these things. Okay. I'm just trying to get the people up to date and up to focus here on and Chris, you're there, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here.
On what we need to talk about, because we're trying to show the people tonight and explain to them how where all this technology came from, the fallen angels, basically. And how far it has gone now to where they're using it to move the jet stream and things of this nature. It's so far out of whack.
Al Bielek was so interested in my knowledge at that time and going back to the 70s that he came to my house and we discussed it at great length, what he knew and what I knew, and it just folded, just matched like your fingers of one hand fit into the fingers of the other hand when you clasp your hands. So I felt I was getting the good information from the source. Al Bielek told me that he had a brother, and his brother was on the project also. And his brother and Al was sired by his father, who was in the deep security of naval intelligence.
Okay.
His father had the connection to President Roosevelt.
Okay. And Al was on that. It was on that warship. I think there were three of them that were over there. That they put the Tesla coil, which is and intertwined with some other stuff that you may be aware of. But they used basically that to see if they could do the transfer of time, the battleship, and make him invisible as well. Correct?
You're jumping too far ahead because it wasn't started officially by the Philadelphia experiment. It was, Tesla was in the background, but he was not part of the experiment at the beginning. His ideas were part of the experiment, and that was a very confusing thing because the public was shut out of the loop. I was not. Al Bielek was not shut out of it. Al Bielek was part of the experiment, part of the project, and he worked at Montauk Point, and I spoke to Al at great length because of my association with Montauk, and I said, well, I have a secret clearance, and I had to get to work at Colt. Otherwise, they wouldn't hire me. So
Ed, the thing is you're aware that the government, let's do it this way, you're aware that the government has been doing it for years based on, let's start in the beginning, the Tesla technology that he was able to found and developed, and then it led on into other scientists working on different projects from this stuff. But the saucers, the aliens that we're all fighting against, which are, in my opinion, the fallen angels, in your opinion.
My opinion also.
Yes, and and I asked you one time if you had known they were the fallen angels, would you have, worked for them? And you said no. But
I didn't work for them.
Yeah, I know you worked for the government.
Yes,
but it was all intertwined. The project.
It was intertwined, and Al Bielek recognized I knew a lot about the subject when the whole United States was kept in the dark, and any news flash, we don't believe in aliens, we don't believe in flying saucers, they don't exist. You can photograph them, but they don't exist. You're
Right.
photographing clouds. And we knew different because everybody in the Pentagon who was into the project wanted to know where's the latest country I went to and what did I see. And I told them because I was in the headquarters of all the questions. I told them all the truth. And they kept a very shrewd game with me because they said, well, you don't know anything anymore when you leave this room. So I said, right.
Okay. So Ed, the thing is you know about Philadelphia. Let's walk here for a minute with the time. The technology today that the aliens have, which in my opinion are fallen angels, which is they can make people invisible. I mean, do invisibility. They're doing DNA. They're doing cloning. Dulce in Arizona, with that underground cavern is.
Yes.
There's people been in there and wrote information on. I forgot the guy's name. Shot and killed in the 90s down in there.
Yep.
Working as contractors as well. But they're storing bodies in there and rejuvenating bodies. That's where I hear my ex-in-law went, Leonard Millman, because he was occupied by one of these things. Okay? And I've heard that whatever it was occupied him, whichever fallen angel or alien, whatever they want to be called, let's lay it out. It's Lucifer and his gang, his rejuvenating body because he liked it. Because Leonard must have been a psychopath drama bitch to the max. Excuse my language, ladies.
All of this information, believe it or not, is located in the Zohar. That's why I lectured on the Zohar.
I understand that, but a lot of people don't want to take the time to read the Zohar that you have discussed.
Nobody has read. As often as I say Zohar, everybody turns the page, closes the book, or changes to television. They're brainwashed to not understand the Zohar because only 75 years after I was born have I read the Zohar through and through, and I understand all the implications, exactly what's happening today.
Okay, so today we've got what weather modification that these aliens have taken us to. Now, George Bush, there's a lot in this satanic New World Order agenda, and the power keg behind it is the Illuminati bankers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the Illuminati bankers are the ones that are possessed. They're possessed by these aliens.
I could give you a history of the Illuminati, which goes back into the Bible.
Okay.
And goes back in for dates and things that you can calculate. That's why I prefer to stay in the Bible and into the predecessor of the Bible, which is the Zohar.
Okay.
It's a secret book of the Bible that's before the Bible, and it has the agenda of the aliens, and it's in code. I was getting into just some pieces of the code, and it's hard to understand. That's why nobody reads it. But you understand it for the simple reason I was told the code when I was 5 years old. That has only been done once in over 1,000 years that the book was published with the Zohar before the Secrets of the Zohar was published. Now you have the Secrets of the Zohar in my earlier lecture here.
We're going to need to go to a break, so we'll be right back. This is Freedom Fighters for America World Radio at www.freedomfightersforamerica.com. We're speaking to Ed Slade and Stu Webb. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're listening to Freedom Fighters for America World Radio, sponsored by Freedom Fighters for America at www.freedomfightersforamerica.com and .us. Tonight we're speaking with Mr. Ed Slade and Mr. Stu Webb. And welcome back to the show, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, fire some questions. Fire some questions at Ed here.
Well,
FaceTime and so forth. It's your show here.
Well, you're doing very well. I like the way you're speaking with Ed. You know each other for quite a long time, so.
Okay. Well, Ed, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'd like to unite a few things here. First of all, in your last broadcast with me and Stu said you were assassinated by what name did you use? Stu, can you help me on that?
What's that? Assassinated by what?
By an assassin who knocked me off the first time and gave me a...
when you did the Bo Greit speech with Bo Greit.
Yes. Now, I did the Bo Greit speech because I was invited to speak for his presidential campaign. And I had a movie of UFOs that I took with me. And I showed this movie and I gave a lot of details on UFOs. At that time, UFOs were not discussed in America. And they were discussed on no open analysis. Everything was off the record and everything was secret. And they didn't even put a confidential on it. They just said, we can't do anything to defend ourselves, so we're not talking about it. So I said, this is the perfect time to talk about it. So I talked about it. And at that meeting, with about 50 people in the audience, I just felt very bad all of a sudden. And I'd lost my train of thought, and I had to sit down. And I had to sit down because I would fall down. It never happened to me. And they terminated my meeting, and I was taken by friends to the hospital. And they looked at me and they said, you know, you may die, this may die before the evening is out, but before you die, we want you to sign in. And I couldn't sign in because I couldn't write, I couldn't walk, and I was suffering a stroke according to the medical analysis. So my brother was asked to sign for me because he took me to the hospital, and they said, no, we can't let you sign for your brother unless your brother agrees. And my brother said, I don't want to be charged for this. If he's going to die, let him die quick, and nobody will get charged. So they said, okay, then you have to charge Mr. Slade. So the doctor put a pen in my hand, and he held my hand and he put an X, and I signed myself in. That was the first clue that this is really weird, because they put me in a hospital, and the doctors measured my blood pressure, and it was off the map. It was 220, and they said, we don't know if you'll survive tonight. And I heard what they said, but I couldn't speak anymore. And I was comfortable because I didn't do anything wrong. I was just trying to illuminate the world. And I got blasted at the reading arranged by Bo Greit, who was a patriot. He ran
for president back then in the 90s, right?
I thought I was on the right side, and I was alarmed that at that instant, a lot of people wanted to get rid of me. They were all telling me I'm going to die. They're not telling me how to fix it. They're just telling me I'm going to die. So that was an interruption in my career, and I was upset about that. But to get off that subject of the interruption, I had been sent out to Europe to find out all I could about UFOs. And since I was not secret anymore to the government, I just enjoyed telling people what's going on. I had previously met with Al Bielek. He came to my home and told me what he knew. And he was more outgoing and told me facts that only he knew and his brother.
Right.
He told me the following facts. They had a chair that they made in Montauk that was wired by IBM signals. And they could pump signals into the IBM machine and take the occupant any place they wanted to take him, including invisibility. When they vanished him, it was beam him up, beam me up. They had a machine that did that. And Al Bielek saw his brother go, and when his brother came back a long time later and said, "Where did you go?" He said, "I went to see Jesus." I said, "Holy mackerel." And this is how I got into the workings of the Montauk project.
So they're capable of bending light. They're capable of manipulating molecular structure.
Well, they had to be.
Obviously, this is the type of work. Have you ever been inside the Montauk facility itself? Have you ever been in their buildings or bunkers or whatever they are there?
Yes. I got into the front door, but not any further, because when I told them, I'm secret with Colts, they talked to me, but they said, "We're busy now and you come back later." You know, that kind of thing. After they check your ID, well, it takes a while, so I understood they'll check it. But the CIA can approve or disapprove at a whim, because they said in their original contract they cannot confirm or deny if I'm a member. But now it got interesting because they had shut me out when I joined, because I had applied for a grant to study the history of UFOs back to the Bible, and I wanted a $6,000 grant to fund my research and my library, which now is over 1,000 books that I have carried around the country from one end to the other a couple of times. And my freight, it doesn't cover the books, but I wanted money for research, and I was denied because they said, "We're not doing research at this time." Even I came in second in the National Science Foundation Award for scholarship. So it was a very big confusion. I couldn't get any funding, but my secret superiors kept saying, keep going, keep going. Now, I never got paid for any of the research. I never was paid for research on any project, but I was paid for industrial work in Marquardt Aircraft Company, which started my career, and I was paid at Dahlgren Naval Proving Grounds, where they identified that I was above average in all the skills that they needed. So the CIA used those skills, and I stumbled into the stupid area of saying I was a secret from the CIA, and they said, we can deny that, and you're not a secret. So they thought about this for a while, and they said, okay, the first thing we want you to do is, while you're at Marquardt, why don't you study Russian? I didn't know any Russian at all, because I was born in this country, and my parents were born in this country.
Let's stay focused on what we're going to have the show about. Chris, you're there, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. We are aware. Chris, you're aware. I'm aware. Ed's aware that the aliens exist. Area 51, the whole center of the Earth. If all the books are true of the former Admiral Byrd and the Hollow Earth and his testimony and lost ships and chased Nazi UFOs and the whole bit clear back World War II and the ending. And the technology since, and Hope, Arkansas, cloning people down there, human beings, and doing the other stuff that they're doing. I mean, and now they've come to a point that they've actually changed the jet stream twice. And it's all whacked out. First was about 5.5, 6 weeks ago when the snows were hitting Dallas and Oklahoma and so forth, which is just off the charts. And now they've changed it again to burn out food supply. And if people look at the weather map and look at the jet stream, it's running from the southwest to the north, almost up in the middle of the United States. And it's supposed to be going east and west. And they've done this intentionally to burn us out this summer. Now, these are the aliens, the 100 fallen of the fallen angels. There's 100 of them occupying these human beings that call themselves the Federal Reserve, central bank throughout the world, the Illuminati bankers. Now, these Illuminati bankers are the Americans, they're the European, and they're the Oriental. And here in America, it's George Herbert Walker Bush, Larry Mizell, the replacement for my dead former outlaw, whatever he was. Larry Mizell replaced him. Henry Kissinger, William Grace's son, that took over for him. Lawrence Rockefeller, he's dead, but David Rockefeller's brother, are the Illuminati bankers here in the United States. And in my opinion, they're all occupied by a fallen angel. But they control now 90% of the wealth of the world. And the United States was the last to fall. And that's what Bush was all about in his current crime family regime controlling this country and its government. And this was what it was about, to steal everything and rob and loot and control. And they've done that, where there was that 2% was controlling 20% block of the economy in 81. Today, they're controlling 95+%. And we are all indebted forever for their fake bank bailout, where it was artificial securities they were writing. We're in trouble for all this. We got a star coming at us this year. By the end of the year, it's so big, when it hits the earth, it's going to do some serious damage. And your government, folks, the United States government and other governments of the world, the leaders are not telling the people. And why? Because they have that much control. Do they not, Chris?
Yes, they do. And, you know, it's very interesting because you were talking about the jet stream. And maybe we ought to actually bring up what we're talking about here. Now, part of this is what's known as a project program called HARP, and that's the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. That's what HARP stands for.
HARRP on the internet, correct?
Yeah, HAARP, right. It's an isospheric research program that was funded by the U.S. Air Force, the Navy, the University of Alaska, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. Its alleged stated purpose was to analyze ionospheric and investigate the potential for developing ionospheric enhancement technology for radio communications and surveillance purposes, like missile detection, for example. The HARP program operates a major Arctic facility, that's known as the HARP Research Station, on an Air Force-owned site near Gakona, Alaska. That's where it's located. The most prominent instrument at the HARP station is the Ionospheric Research Instrument. That's the RI. It's a high-power transmitter facility operating in the high-frequency range. The IRI is used to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere and other instruments such as VHF, UHF, radar, fluxgate, magnetometer, digisnode, and it's an induction magnometer, and they're used to study the physical processes that occur in the excited region. So when they shoot this thing, they're measuring all kinds of different things. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that this HARP is also a weapon. It is a weapon. It uses electromagnetics as a weapon. It can control the weather, and I think that's basically where we're at here is the weather conditions that we've been seeing throughout the country and the world, such as the earthquakes, such as the tidal waves, all the disasters that, of course, a lot of them can be accounted for HAARP. And if people do their research and their homework about HAARP, they'll know about the tectonic plates that surround our Earth. And when they come under attack by the HAARP weapon, and there is more than one HAARP weapon in this world, I think there's about 3 or 4 of them in different locations, in the northern hemisphere, the eastern hemisphere, and in Asia. And these things, when they target certain tectonic plates, they can cause earthquakes. They can literally manipulate the ground, and they can manipulate the planet. And I think that's what I wanted to bring up here.
That's very good for the edification of the listeners to understand this and the technology, and they can go do the research themselves.
Yeah.
Now, we're aware, Chris, or I'm aware, and I was told by, because I have a lot of good sources inside Gov, should we say, and, that they did this weather manipulation. They've done the Hurricane Katrina, because I was aware of it that night, because it was one of the government satellites that took it and they hit it and stopped it, actually twisted it, and it hit Jackson, Mississippi instead, and they said it was like the governor described it as a ton of bricks hitting the city.
Yeah, well, they knew
that was because
they
knew
it was going to happen. They knew it was going to happen because FEMA and some of the other agencies, and there's videos out there regarding that.
Prior to
the levee pumps were failing, days before the flood actually took hold all over, New Orleans, and they knew the pumps were faulty. So the combination between the weather manipulation and the lack of, to do the right thing and to make sure those levee pumps were working in proper order led to it. So if people want to read into this as a conspiracy, it would be a perfect one. I mean, from what I believe, and this is just my opinion here, I'll make this short, I believe that New Orleans was a test site for FEMA, and it was a test site to see how they could incorporate martial law. And it was just like a classroom for them. If they could do New Orleans, they could do another state. And now that they're using this HAARP weapon to manipulate the weather and do these earthquakes like Haiti and Chile and Japan, and China claims that the United States used it when they killed 50,000 people or more, I believe, in China. With that earthquake, and Chinese went to France, and they had said that they wanted to go to war with the United States because they believed that the HAARP weapon was involved in causing that earthquake. So, here we are, we're talking about this now, and we see this manipulation. Now, back to what you've been saying before about the Illuminati bankers and George Bush and the rest of these criminals, this is where the tie-in is, folks, with HAARP. This is where it is. This is another part.
They are known as the MJ-12, which is above the president, the connections to the aliens. And Daddy Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, is one of them. Isn't he yet?
Well, going back to the MJ-12, that was what President Eisenhower signed. And he secretly signed the MJ-12 project into existence because he said, this is ridiculous. I'm signing to an extraterrestrial power. Now, this power has demonstrated a lot of force already. They've made our planes disappear. They've made our bases under attack, and we can't shoot them down, and we can't stop them. So why don't I sign it out of fear? Because if I don't sign it, they'll attack me, and I can't stop them. So they said, okay, I'll sign it, but what do I get in return? Oh, the aliens say, oh, look, we could make you invisible. So he said, well, I could use that in military obligations, so I'll sign it because I have no choice. If I don't sign it, they'll shoot me down, they'll shoot our airplanes down, and we have to be polite. We have to do this with a treaty. So he signed it. But the alien said, by the way, there's a little thing in the treaty that if 1 million people disappear, you don't complain. You don't complain to anybody because we're an extraterrestrial force. So you just keep silent. So what happened is Eisenhower said the best strategy is to tell...
I want to stop you here for 1 second, okay, just for edification's sake. Eisenhower was not the president that made this executive order. The executive order was put into place by Harry Truman. Okay, he was the one responsible for the signing of this document in 1947. Okay, Eisenhower was not yet president.
Well, it was the 54. It was 1954 to 2012 agreement, Chris. It's a secret agreement that was made.
Okay, because this thing here, it was a committee of scientists, military leaders, government officials. It was formed in 47. Okay,
from the Roswell agreement.
Yeah,
right.
That was right. Okay, that was Truman. Okay, so
yeah, this was later. This was the later agreement that was signed by Eisenhower. This was the 54 to 2012 alien agreement, they called it.
Oh, okay.
Where they could have bases in the United States, Area 51 and other stuff, and trading for technology, and they would work with our scientists, and they would do this and that. And this is where Ed fell into stuff, the Area 51 projects and stuff, and this is where their alien base is, and it's Papoose Lake, Nevada. Now, if you look on a map, Papoose Lake doesn't exist. It's about 60 miles south of Groom Lake, which is a test site where John Lear and pilots, would test the airplanes,
right,
and the super top secret projects, that nature. Papoose is where the alien base is, and many women have been taken there, kidnapped out of their homes just because of their DNA, and had eggs removed from them, and then they got raped by an alien before they were taken back and dumped in their bed, sedated. And, I've talked to them before, many of them, that would come to conferences out near Las Vegas for this. Ed, I believe, had gone to a couple of them, too, and they had a little alien restaurant every year, and they tried to expose. But a lot of the people that have been at some of these meetings that are legit, I mean, I've confirmed things, Chris. So that